KUAMFM, Hagåtña, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Never dreamed I could say goodbye, but I'm standing in the rain, looking up at the sky, wondering if this love was even worth my time. It stole my heart, but never paid for the crime. I sang love songs, but love wasn't enough. I sang butterflies and flowers, you know that kind of stuff. That stupid stuff that feels made up till you fall in love and done messed up. Paint perfume, red lipstick, close my eyes and I missed it. This time I swear this is it. Come to my room for one last kiss. For one last kiss. One last kiss. This is a serious matter. As days go by, it gets sadder and sadder. Over idiotic fantasy to follow so shallow when I feel like glass. After it shattered, it wasn't something you said, it wasn't something you did. It was the lack thereof that had me feeling like this, like I had no choice. It's just unfixable. I'm walking away. Your words are inadmissible. Paint perfume, red lipstick, close my eyes and I missed it. This time I swear this is it. Come to my room for one last kiss. One last kiss. For one last kiss. One last kiss. Maybe somewhere down the road, our souls will find themselves on the horizon. Baby, when I'm gray and old, I'm gonna tell myself that I should have tried harder.
The Link, here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Oh yes, this one dedicated to my girl. Oh love, 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 the love that I've been waiting for, darling. Lord of mercy, see even if you're lonely, I'll be girl. Well, I'll be waiting at your door, darling, 'cause there is something that I have to say now. You are that thing, oh girl, but forever will not follow me, baby. You'll see, these words will not carry me, darling. Crazy, the feelings that we're forced to say, yeah, yeah. Must be that love, 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 the love that I've been waiting for, darling. Lord of mercy, see even if you're lonely, I'll be girl. Well, I'll be waiting at your door, darling, 'cause there is something that I have to say now. If I the one, oh girl, that's such a fair to show to me, baby. I see the times you take your love from me, darling. Crazy how I turn and then I let you stay. Yeah, yeah. What is this thing? 'Cause I don't know no more with you, girl. See, I don't know what love you bring. Yeah, and then you run away, pop up What is this thing?
Give me more love. Oh, darling, love.
What is this thing?
Don't you tease me, 'cause when you do, you make me cry. And if you tease me, within your love, make me die. And it hurt. Boy, you got to tease me all the time. I said it hurt. You got to tease me all the time. And if you tease me, within your love, you make me cry. And if you tease me, within this love, make me die. And it hurt. Boy, you got to tease me all the time. I said it hurt. You got to tease me all the time. And I said, ooh, yes, bring your love back to me. Oh, girl.
The Link, here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
She came to me unexpected, changed my whole life, and I could not neglect it. And through this heart, you know she is electric, spirit of my soul, you know she resurrects it. Up from the ash, I'm 6 feet under, coldest night through the rain and the thunder. Wake me up and shine away, so to give me some loving through my darkest days, girl. When I'm weak, you are my power. Ooh, keep me up every second, every minute, every hour. Ooh, when I'm weak, you are my power. Ooh, keep me up every second, every minute, every hour. A good love, the time has flown. I love the leaves of the tree have blown, but I love the roots of the tree have grown and made its way through that old limestone. I've been sleeping where your heart is when you woke me up and pulled me out of the darkness. But now we're free and our love can soar. When you're all that I do this for, girl. Ooh, when I'm weak, you are my power. Ooh, keep me up every second, every minute, every hour. Ooh, when I'm weak, you are my power. Ooh, keep me up every second, every minute, every hour. Ooh, when I'm weak, you are my power. Ooh, keep me up every second, every minute, every hour. Ooh, when I'm weak, you are my power. Ooh.
Tacos and music, the perfect combination. Catch the best of the 90s and the 2000s music during the Taco Tuesday Lunchbox Hour on Breeze 93.9 FM from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Food and music will definitely help get you through the day. Brought to you by Taco Bell. Whether it's your first meal or your fourth meal, we got you covered. Taco Bell, live más.
If you haven't signed up for the rewards program that gives you more, now is the time. Activate a Pacific Points account and make a points-earning transaction at IT&E, Shell, or Foodies by September 30th and get 150 bonus points. There are so many ways to use those extra points. Redeem them for Shell fuel and free items at Foodies, free IT&E prepaid load, and rebates on your IT&E bill. You can even redeem your points for United Mileage Plus Miles and so much more. Visit PacificPoints.com for details.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink,
brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape,
airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
Breeze 93.9 FM is all about playing your favorite hits through the ages, bringing you back to the best times of your life. Listen to the Top Hit Takeover every weekday from 4 to 5 p.m. as the Docomo Pacific team and their special guests share their favorites with you each month. Listen as they play guest DJ with a special theme, and get in on the takeover action yourself by sharing your favorites on our Instagram account. Brought to you by Docomo Pacific. Better together.
Catch the virtual Taiwan National Day Double 10 celebration on Sunday, October 10th on KUAM TV8 at 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. and at 1 p.m. and at 5:30 p.m. on TV 11. This annual virtual celebration is filled with all the beauty that Taiwan has to offer, with greeting remarks from friends here on Guam. We invite you to watch and enjoy this special broadcast right here on the stations of KUAM Communications.
Chris and Sabrina with The Link, here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Walking with you on my mind, my hair reflects against your waters. Running with you by my side, keeps telling me that there's no other. Your waves keep crashing to the rhythm in my head, and your rays keep shining like the day will never end. Oh, to Monday.
It's so easy. te saluda antes de nega. Radzaudz en malak estrelas durante todo em memu. A nogue distância como cupo palo zaniman malak guafi I konum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa gilo tanu man libri sentami ti man ko badi
Tamoru purita nota kantai matu nanyagi todu ilugat para I honra para I gloria abiba isla sin para I honra para I gloria abiba isla sin para todo I tiempo I paz para hita dan gini langit na bendition Conchai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon Conchai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon Osaina, Oaniti, Inumari, Amines Muntan, Minale. Osaina, Oaniti, Inumari, Amines Muntan, Minale.
Yeah, buddy. Going out to all my people on Guam. Alright. Boys. Mixed boys.
Reading the newspaper in the morning, seeing all the troubles on Guam, and I know that it's my people.
Hurts us so much to see another being put down to the ground. So let us all bring peace together.
Let's all change our situation, spread the positivity around, that we'll find a solution.
Solution to our lives. Rise up above. Rise up for love. Rise up above. We will rise up for love. Hurt us so much to see another being put down to the ground. So let us all bring peace together.
It doesn't matter where we all come from, as long as we all got each other now, 'cause we are God's creation. Let's all change our situation, spread the positivity around, that we'll find a solution.
Solution to our lives. Rise up above. Rise up for love. Rise up above. We will rise up for love.
So take us high up above. Let us save all brothers and sisters, and let us come together. Let us change the way we all are.
So rise up above. Rise up for love.
Let's
rise up above. We will rise up for love.
Good morning, Guam. Right on. Good morning. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jason.
Viva Fiesta forever.
No Fiesta. I miss Fiesta.
I miss Fiesta.
Can we just start there with I miss Fiesta?
Okay, on three. 1, 2, 3. I miss Fiesta.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Let's get that trending, everybody. And Maggie actually jumped in the comments and said, perfect song with a perfect sentiment.
Right. That was the Mix Boys, the MICZ Boys. It's called Rise Up Micronesia. It's a great cut from Live Local Fridays.
Wait, whose Fiesta would it be this month if we were still doing the normal thing?
Jotnya, bro.
September's Jotnya?
Yep.
Okay.
St. Francis of Assisi. They're actually doing the novena now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Sunday, I think, would be, this coming weekend would be the Jotnya Feast of St. Francis.
What is your favorite Fiesta?
Well, Jay, it's different now. It's way different now. I remember back in the day, like I want to say the late 80s, 90s. Oh my God, that was a little while ago. Talafofo Fiesta, dude. It was like the traffic would be backed up all the way to like Kamachili store just to get into the village. And it's legendary. You would have people from Jigo. They don't even know anybody in Talafofo. They go, did you go to Talafofo Fiesta? So yeah, back in the day, it was, and it's because I think maybe the island back then was like 99.9999% Catholic, right? And these things were just, I don't know, it was just different back then.
When I was in ROTC, we've marched in a Talafofo Fiesta right through the village.
Right.
It's wonderful.
Cool,
it's a
right?
fantastic experience.
Yeah.
The residents there are so welcoming. They're telling us as we're marching, and I was in color guard, right?
Yeah.
So we're trying to be look forward, stern face, stiff upper lip, that whole thing. We're bearing the colors of our nation and our island and everything like that. And they're running up to you, hey boy, your dad's my cousin. Like your mom was my teacher. Hey, come by and eat afterwards. And we're like, okay, thanks.
Yeah.
It's so wonderful. I mean, I miss the hospitality. I miss the kinship.
Yeah, but I mean, it's changed though. Even before COVID, it's like died down.
Malolo's got a nice one too.
Yeah, I don't know what. There's probably a lot of different factors, whether it's like people leaving the church or just people moving to the States, or also the older folks dying off and their kids not carrying on that tradition. Also, economics play a big part in it. To throw a big fiesta, it's a huge deal.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, but Jay, families, they used to be so into it, and they would start planning like at the beginning of the year.
That was going to
Yeah.
be my. You read my mind, because that was going to be my question for those of you guys in comments. If you have participated in, or more particularly, if you have hosted an old school Antigua style fiesta, how far ahead did you start getting ready? Get the not just set the table and not just get the DJ out and everything. I mean, I'm talking about kill the pig, start cooking.
Well,
buy the
first you got to
beer,
clean the pig out and pick the pig. Rota Fiesta Luta in October is another one that's great.
Who put that in there? Thank you.
It's weird to think about having a fiesta now, though? It's like when you think about when we used to have the fiestas, how we all used to touch the same spoons, and right? That was interesting. There's always something about touching a greasy spoon on a fiesta to get some frittata, right?
Everybody grabs like the same
yeah.
like, ladle. Like
that's the flavor right there, guys.
Because Chris is like, hey Jace, man, I got all my meat in one plate.
Yeah.
I've got like three slices of lemon meringue pie and everything. Like, can you give me some corn soup? I was like,
right,
sure,
yeah,
bro.
right on. Yeah, it's a totally different time, and I don't know.
Joser's gonna pass right by, the salad bowl and go straight to the rice.
Hey, good morning, Joser.
Bree's bringing over what would probably be like an entire pallet full of amazing baked goods.
Ooh, Bree the Baker, Baker Bree. What's up, Sabrina?
And me and my culinary expertise, I would be the guy who would be bringing paper products and ice.
Yeah, Jay brings paper products. He's got a great paper product recipe. Yeah, Dave Den Rios, it's too expensive now. Good point. Very good point.
How much did some families, like for those of you
thousands,
who
if some families would take out loans, dude, to have a fiesta.
And they would do this year after year, right? Because the families wouldn't rotate in the village, right? It would typically, like I know down in...
So it started like everyone would have their big one, and then you started to see, but this is before it kind of died down a little bit, as you started to see families combining. I mean, they would do that in the beginning, but as it started to dwindle, you would see families say, okay, well, let's just go half and we'll do it together.
Because I know down in Molesto, this is actually your family, is the Barcinas family would host their village's fiesta for years, and that was amazing.
Always South knows how to do it, man.
And I believe that's Mayor Ernest Chargaloff. He's I think his family may have hosted in the past too, and then like you said, they may have combined.
Yeah.
But the Barcinas fiestas was always incredible.
Yep, Umatic Fiesta is another great one.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jigo Fiesta is popping as well.
Wait, did Umatic, because the Kanata family is obviously like there's strong presence by the Kanata family, and but was a fiesta ever hosted at the Morrison family property?
I'm pretty sure.
Tommy's family?
Come on, it's Tommy. Yeah. Don't forget the cockfights at the fiestas. Yeah, I remember that. Dwayne comments in, usually most family members know their part or contribution. Of course, when the day comes, usually everything falls into place, right? But it's usually not the day of, right? It's even before, like, so the day before you got to barbecue your chicken for your chicken Kelagwin, right? Yep. Good times.
Okay, now typically what's bigger in Chamorro culture, right? When your family hosts, okay, here's the multiple choice, all right? the quiz for this morning on the link, right? What is a typical bigger and maybe more expensive and more harder to plan event, right? When you have your family host a village fiesta at your house, that's A. B is your daughter has her 16th birthday, 16th or 18th, depending on, what your family believes in. Or C, the wedding of your oldest girl.
I think it goes like, when I was growing up, it was like fiesta, then christening was the one.
Oh, yeah.
Good
Good point. Christening.
Yeah. Yep. Bev test. We prepared weeks before the day, of course, especially to assemble the pala pala. Yeah. Oh my God.
And
Hard
it was
work.
never just for the village. I mean, it was everybody is welcome.
Yeah, that was the thing. It's like they would, and you know how nowadays there's everybody's welcome. Come on by. It's different now. Like, just don't bring anything. Come empty-handed. Yeah, you're all invited. Yeah, you don't come empty-handed because we're gonna talk about you. But back then, you really could. And there would be like, you'd go to a fiesta like in Talafofo and you'd be like with your uncles, then you'd see your primos over there, and then you see like a bunch of military people over there, right? Because they would always get invited in.
Mm-hmm. And they were blown away, and they were like, wait, I don't even know them. Is it okay if I go there?
Sure, I don't even know these people.
Like, man, you come inside. What's mine is yours. I mean,
you got to try this Killigoo and stuff.
Yeah. This chilaquiles is amazing. No, the island hospitality, especially, I mean, I'm from the north, but especially in the south, unmistakable. You go, and I would dare say you go anywhere in the world, and if you had a party and you hosted it as Chamorros do and everything, everybody would just say, okay, like, I know where you grew up.
Honestly, Chamorros, we're the best partiers in the world. Yep. Totally true.
And Joe Sir would know this because you've DJ'd enough of these things, Joe Sir. So when everybody's eating, what kind of music do you play? The slow dance music, right?
Yeah.
For some reason, when you play "Shower Me with Your Love," and
it
everybody's
slows it
eating,
down.
It makes sense. I don't know why.
Well, because you don't want to eat fast.
And then all of a sudden, everybody's done eating, and Joe Sir's like, "All right, here we go." 45 straight minutes of
and
cha-cha.
then it's like dum 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 dum
Yeah.
dum dum dum.
You get under the boardwalk.
Bam, bam, bam.
Under the boardwalk like 19 times in a row.
Yep,
and then you play like the new wave. for
Yellow
like half an
Bird.
hour.
Yeah.
So you got Depeche Mode.
Memories all alone in the moonlight.
There you go.
Oh my God.
And then you got to do Miami freestyle for like at least 15 minutes. So.
Wow.
Spring love.
Marcy Flores comments, I've yet to go to a fiesta since I returned home after 43 years.
Oh.
COVID put a stop to it. Darn. Tina Rios Camacho, in a lawn fiesta, they're very inviting and super friendly. Yes, definitely.
Tamuning has a very, very good fiesta.
Right,
I remember going to a few Tamuning fiestas, and those are fantastic.
What do we have here? Mark Santos, I like this topic. Happy Thursday.
Yeah.
What else we got here?
Share your favorite fiesta memories, guys. What is your best dish to make at a fiesta, or to make for the fiesta, to eat at a fiesta?
I miss the live bands playing old school cha-cha music. Yep. Martina Cruz, Candenizo. Yep, coconut candy. Oh, yes.
I miss Lanza and Antigua. Remember in Alahan?
Yep.
There were two field trips that we did in public school every year. Once was to the glass bottom boat down at like Maritza Pier, and you would go out to Cocos Island. Remember the glass bottom boat was actually ran by Tom Akagami, our friend, his dad. He ran that company for many, many years.
I went on that field trip.
Yeah. And then Lanza and Antigua, you would go there, you would go inside the huts, you would learn how to make the katupak, how to weave and make like a little structure where you can store rice. You would ride
the
carabao.
salt?
Yeah, do the salt. You would ride the carabao, and then you would make and then eat coconut candy.
Mark Tyron comments in, the best part of the fiesta is meeting the people of Guam.
That's it.
Yep.
That's it right there.
F. Glenn Lujan. They would play the anthem of opening the dance floor, which is Return of the Mac. By Mark Morrison. Yeah, once you heard that, they'd be like, oh my God, hold my plate.
And again, that made sense for some reason when like we're all, fellowshipping and eating together as one big interconnected family. You would play like these romantic like songs.
Nicole Flores, remember when they biba the money? Oh yeah, I remember. I remember elbowing some of my cousins just to get at those coins.
And then when did we start?
You got to go in low. You got to go in low, and you throw them bows like throwing back.
Okay, so fiestas are an island tradition. When technically did each village start with the festival things?
You know, way back ever since, bro.
Do they go that far back?
Ever since the colonization by the Spanish.
Because Agana Heights is the Coconut Festival. Jigo
Oh,
is
the festival.
Citrus
Okay, I thought you meant the patron.
Jigo's the Citrus Festival.
Yeah.
Agana Heights is Coconut.
That's kind of a new thing, I think.
Yeah,
Not
that's
new,
what I
but
mean,
like 10 years. I don't know.
10,
Mango
15
Festival
maybe?
is pretty... Because I hosted I think almost all the Mango Festivals.
You would do the Mango Festival
Yeah.
down in Agate. You competed in the Doni Festival in Manila for the
Yeah, actually, I'm a winner of the Denancy contest.
Oh.
I don't really like to talk about it, but yeah, I won the Denancy contest.
Let me get some of the wipes and a dust off your shoulder.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you, bro. It's no biggie. I don't really like to bring it up, but since you brought it up. All right, you guys ready? We just wanted to start the show this morning because we were just in here before we came on. And yeah, it's a lot with this COVID. And so I didn't even want to come to work today.
Let those memories of the fiesta remind you of where we will be headed once we get
Don't
through
do no.
Hope is
We're
a
never
good
gonna
thing,
go
man.
back to the fiesta, dude. It's never gonna be the same. Trust me, like the governor said, get used to it.
Wow.
No, I'm just saying it because I don't want to like.
I
give,
was
no,
hoping,
Jay.
I had a personal parade
I know.
and you just pissed on it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. But I just want us to be realistic. You know, I don't want you to dangle a carrot that is, you know.
Well, false hope. I mean,
That's it.
I can
Because
get on board.
our people have been, you know, they were told, hey, let's get vaccinated, then we're going to return to normal. Then it was like, let's get the herd immunity, then we're going to return to normal. And we just keep dangling this return to normal carrot. And I think we just need to understand that normal, like the way it was before, we're never going to get that back. There's always going to be something different about this new normal. So I think the way to go is to try and get as close to where we were before. Anyway,
Thank you,
you
Eeyore.
Eeyore.
Oh boy,
It's 6:40. Well, I can tell by how hard she's typing that she's probably ready to get into the news here. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
With the very latest with the rainbow headphones.
A fiesta of news.
There you go. A fiesta table of news. At 6:39,
You know, fiesta table is 6 feet apart. Technically, the 6 feet fiesta table.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Sabrina. At 6:39, brought to you by Pacific Points. It's our first look at news with Sabrina Salas-Matanani. Good morning, Sabrina.
Half a day, everybody. The Joint Information Center reports Guam's 196th COVID-related fatality was pronounced dead on arrival at the Guam Memorial Hospital on the 28th. The patient was a 59-year-old man, unvaccinated, with underlying health conditions who was a known positive. 66 people are now hospitalized for COVID. 17 are receiving ICU level of care, 10 on ventilators. Out of the 66 hospitalizations, 35 are unvaccinated. The vaccination status of 3 unknown, and 28 are vaccinated. Public Health reports 192 new cases of COVID from tests performed on September 28th. That's out of 1,368 tests. 76 cases were identified through contact tracing. To date, there have been a total of 14,897 officially reported cases. Again, 196 deaths. 3,530 cases are in isolation, and 11,171 people have recovered. The CAR score is 22.9. To date, a total of 119,227, that is 87.4% of Guam's eligible population, is fully vaccinated. With more news, here's Nestor Lecanto.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nestor Lecanto with your headlines here on The Link. A potential challenger to Governor Lou Leon Guerrero has emerged for next year's gubernatorial election. Congressman Michael San Nicolas acknowledged during a speech before the Chamber of Commerce Wednesday that he's considering a run for Adelup. Here's more. Congressman San Nicolas confirmed the possible run to unseat incumbent and fellow Democrat Governor Lou Leon Guerrero during a virtual speaking appearance at the Chamber's monthly meeting. During the post-speech Q&A, Chamber President Catherine Castro posed the question from a member.
Can the congressman confirm if he is going to run for governor of Guam or if he is considering to do so?
We are seriously considering it, you know. For many years, for decades, Kathy, we've always been told there's a resource problem. Oh, we can't do it because no money. Oh, we can't do it because no funding. Oh, we can't lower taxes because there's no, we need the money for this or they're doing that. We took the money excuse off the table and we've revealed behind the curtain that we have a serious execution problem.
San Nicolas is in his second term as Washington delegate, but has been dogged by multiple ethics investigations. Leon Guerrero is in her first term as Guam's first female governor, navigating through some controversial decisions during the unprecedented global pandemic. The two would square off in the Democratic primary, now less than a year away, in August 2022. Public Health is launching a Pfizer booster shot program on Friday, but began vaccinating frontline medical workers yesterday. Governor's Physicians Advisory Group Chairman Dr. Nathaniel Berg says the shots will be available to everyone, but they hope the community gives priority to senior citizens 65 years and older and high-risk patients.
The idea is that we work as a community rather than making strict, okay, now it's age 65, now it's age 55, as we had to do before. We want to just take this on as a community and say, everybody who's eligible, you'll get your third dose. We want you to, but can you please let them in UMCO go first? If you have relatives who have cancer, please take them.
The program allows for self-attestation of underlying health conditions, and the CDC has identified a list of high risks, including pregnancy and even smoking. The boosters are only for 2-dose Pfizer patients. Clinics are to be set up at the usual places at the mall and UOG.
We know that the 2 doses drastically reduce the number of people who got sick, but there are so-called breakthrough infections. They're generally very mild, but we want to increase the likelihood of them remaining mild, and for those who are particularly vulnerable, to maximize the impact of the vaccine effectiveness by giving that third dose.
But the third dose vaccines were only recently approved by the CDC and are also still under emergency use authorization. While some might be put off by that, Berg believes most won't.
We think that almost everybody who is eligible will come out, because we're asking that we do this as a community. The EUA component of it, everything that we're doing with COVID, we're having to react quickly, and that's not a bad thing. The EUA, emergency use authorization, that is because we're dealing with an emergency. And on Guam, maybe we have even a higher risk of having things go badly because we have limited healthcare resources.
The multi-week surge shows little signs of slowing, but Berg says it may be reaching a plateau.
No, I would say we're not doing as well as we'd like, but we're getting there. I think the fight on the part of the community is actually working to at least stabilize things.
Berg says there's no plans for additional mandates at this time, but there's been a greater focus on data collection and analysis, including, for example, biweekly testing of teachers and students at schools. New data has been released by Public Health on what they have been tracking with the current surge, and as you would expect, the numbers don't look good.
I think that the number coming down as the virus are burning out.
That was last week. Today?
Our numbers seem to be, keep up in the triple digit.
Former head of the governor's Physicians Advisory Group, Dr. Hoa Nguyen, no longer tracking Guam is done with the Delta.
We're really different in the States for some reason. The Delta surge in the States seemed to die out about 5 to 6 weeks.
But 9 weeks into our third surge, and the latest data released from Public Health shows we've got a long road ahead. According to DPHSS's Office of Epidemiology and Research, Guam will continue to remain in the current surge until the average daily cases fall to less than 25 per day. Most of the cases we're seeing now are asymptomatic. The data also shows that while there were more breakthrough cases among fully vaccinated persons in July, this has fallen to about 30 to 40%. The majority of cases are now among the unvaccinated. While there has been a slight decrease in hospitalizations, there has been an increase in patients needing ICU level of care. The data also shows that from July 8th through September 27th, there were 50 COVID-19 related deaths. 50% were dead on arrival to one of Guam's hospitals. Only 6 out of 50 were fully vaccinated. All were elderly or had multiple comorbidities. The vast majority were male at 70%, 30% female. Although Dr. Wynn believes more should be done, he says we need to continue with the basics of washing your hands, wearing your mask, and watching your distance.
I think we really have to do something else besides what we do at this point. It's clearly it's not working. And we not put any more restriction on the community, and we let the community run its own course. I think education part is a big part of the preventive, the prevention that we need to do.
Prevention, he says, would include providing more information about the importance of vaccinations, meeting with families who lost loved ones to understand why they were unvaccinated, and spread more awareness about the monoclonal antibody treatments to prevent hospitalizations. Instead of dividing the community, Dr. Wynn says we should be fighting COVID together.
We can't assume people know everything that we know. So I hate to see people losing life like this, vaccinated or unvaccinated. They should be treated the same at this point. A life is a life.
That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for Prime Time. Back to you, Bree.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Thanks, Nestor. Senators passed Bill 184, authorizing the use of property at Skinner Plaza in Hagåtña to erect the Gold Star Family Memorial Monument. The measure, introduced by Senator Joe San Agustin, was introduced at the request of the Gold Star Family Memorial Planning Team and fully endorsed by the Military Order of the Purple Heart, Guam chapter. If signed into law by the governor, the monument will be funded through generous sponsors and led by the Woody Williams Foundation. Woody Williams is a 98-year-old World War II survivor who stormed Guam's beaches in Asen during the liberation of Guam in 1944. Meanwhile, senators also moved to the voting file a bill to establish a new local war claims program to accommodate an estimated 700 claimants who missed out the first time around. According to the legislation, upon enactment, the administration will have up to 30 calendar days to transmit a plan for the payment of locally adjudicated claims. Bill 130 further authorizes the governor to transfer such funds as is necessary to pay what is rightfully owed to our war survivors. The administration established a similar program in January 2020 to expedite more than 1,000 payments for those who are still waiting on the Federal War Claims Commission. After many years, the World War II Loyalty Recognition Act authorized the payment of claims using Section 30 funds. These are reimbursements for federal taxes collected here that are paid to Guam every year. An amendment by Senator Tello Taitagui establishes a 5-member local adjudication committee to review the applications. A very busy week in Washington continues as Congress and the Biden administration negotiate over a looming government shutdown, the potential for defaulting on government loans, and the president's legislative priorities, including an infrastructure bill and a much larger package focused on social safety programs. Skylar Henry has more details from the White House.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says they will vote on a resolution to avoid a partial government shutdown set to begin Friday.
We can approve this measure quickly and send it to the House so it can reach the president's desk before funding expires midnight tomorrow.
But there is still an October 18th deadline to raise the debt limit, which allows the government to pay its bills. Republicans say they oppose raising the debt limit because Democrats are working to pass a $3.5 trillion spending bill on their own using a Senate tool called reconciliation.
Democrats' reckless taxing and spending spree will earn it 0 votes from Senate Republicans.
President Biden canceled a planned trip to Chicago in order to continue negotiations with a pair of moderate Senate Democrats who have still not signed off on the spending bill.
We're at a pivotal moment. We need to continue to work to finalize the path forward.
The president met with Senators Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema yesterday, and Sinema will be back at the White House today. The two oppose the $3.5 trillion price tag, but won't say what they can accept.
No, we haven't talked about figures at all. We should be talking about the need of our country.
Without the reconciliation bill, progressive Democrats in the House say they won't sign off on the president's $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill, which is scheduled for a vote Thursday.
If we come to a place where we have agreement in legislative language, not just principle,
in legislative language that the president supports, then I think we will come together.
Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders added to the pressure, tweeting, "I strongly urge my House colleagues to vote against the bipartisan infrastructure bill until Congress passes a strong reconciliation bill." Skyler Henry, CBS News, the White House.
The U.S. Department of the Interior's Office of Insular Affairs awards $1.5 million in fiscal year 2021 CIP grants to Guam. The CI funds, according to DOI, will be used to address a variety of infrastructure needs, including critical infrastructure such as hospitals, schools, wastewater and solid waste systems, but it can also be leveraged as local matching funds for other federal grant programs related to disaster recovery. The CIP money will be going to the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center for architectural and engineering fees for the Talafofo cottage homes and for the renovation and construction of the New Beginnings drug and alcohol facility. DOI also announces Guam will be receiving over $1 million in Coral Reef and Natural Resources Initiative grant funds. Guam will be receiving funding for its Coral Reef Initiative. UOG will also receive money for research and related efforts to counter the rhino beetle. More information is being released about a settlement between contractor Samsung and Marbo Cave owner World Meridian Sasagen. Attorney Mike Phillips said Samsung agreed to remediate and improve Marbo Cave, including providing better and safer access to the property. Attorney Phillips adds that Samsung has the expertise and resources, and the landowner has agreed to lease Samsung the land to do so. Samsung is a contractor hired by KEPCO to build a solar farm in Mangilao. It failed to implement required sediment and erosion control plans and was responsible for stormwater runoff damage to surrounding private properties. The Attorney General has also filed suit against the company. That case is still pending. UOG's Guam Green Growth Initiative continues to push forward with its island sustainability goals. On Wednesday, G3 and its partners held a virtual meeting to discuss the latest plans to build a greener and more sustainable community. Hannah Devonzo has more.
90% of food on Guam is imported, leaving the island dependent on supply chains. G3 is working to locally source its aquaculture and agriculture. Some efforts included the start of a community garden in Hagåtña. Austin Shelton, co-chair of G3, has been working with its partners to inspire the community.
Garden in Hagåtña across the post office, and now they're ready to start their.
It serves as a beacon of education and production to inspire local food security.
In further efforts, 5 aquaponics systems harvesting fish will soon be installed throughout the island.
Training has started with mayor's offices and community groups who will run the aquaponics systems. Soon we'll be installing 5 of these units throughout the island in the coming months.
G3 is also working to create a more sustainable community through 23 recycling bins and 50 waste bins coming soon to the island. They are also encouraging the community to start bringing the reusable bags to stores before the new law comes into effect.
In accordance with Public Law 35-130 in January 2022, the full plastic bag ban will go into effect, and in July 2022, paper bags will also be phased out at local retailers. Thank you to Senator Regine Bisco-Lee, one of our working group members who authored this legislation.
This Friday, a weekly cleanup with the G3 Conservation Corps will take place in Molessu. They will meet at the Molessu Mayor's office at 8 a.m. If you'd like to get involved, visit the Guam's Green Growth website where you can register to volunteer. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Hannah Devonzo.
And the National Weather Service has issued the following: a high surf advisory. It is in effect for north and west facing reefs of Guam, Rota, Tinian, and Saipan until noon Sunday. Large breaking waves of 6 to 9 feet in the surf zone are expected along north and west facing reefs. Also a high risk of rip currents, all in effect through Sunday morning. Dangerous swimming and surf conditions and localized beach erosion expected. Rip currents can sweep even the best swimmers away from the shore into deeper water. Inexperienced swimmers should remain out of the water due to dangerous surf conditions. If caught in a rip current, do not swim against the current. Swim in a direction following the shoreline, then head for the beach when out of the current. And finally, with your news in Chamorro, here's Kim Concepcion.
Buenos updates to get some to be sa morgen ni KUAM News. Presentan ni Familian Mito, First Hawaiian Bank. Extendí magahaga luliang rare public health emergency dan ideklara Paraguahan para 30 días talo. Según el orden executivo 2021-24, na Fatinas gi Martes, ay extendis tahulog gi 29 gi Oktubre. Inuebo na natin sa na mas klariloki na siya programan All Rise na apas sa tiparofan magarnish. Away loki man necesita para lisensya, permit ng gasto para ST, para adi siya profesional, di man asisti salud, di man respondo para public health emergency. Masutikulo, dasang ginzamo malakapon sina bukit tiket mo para Tokyo gyud tumunesti na semana. Gobernamento na pon sa ma-report na sina agupa humahat sa palugi ito niya COVID-19 emergency na restrictions. Si Yoshihide Suga, Prime Minister, asangan na para manasuha palo na restriction given 47 na prefecture na pon siya. Lo sina sa London sagan sumuto siya sa ating sigida sa nababa de nuevo. Gimapos na mes, may esperansa hapon ni 100 kilo na kausang COVID, lo siya loki hulo inumuro man mabakukunagwihi. Mas asunto, yung Black Construction is a harmon sa maward balin 122.1 milyon pesos na contract militar para mahat sa machine gun range ki Northwest Phil, gi Anderson Air Force Base. Sumanawi na toto sa inasa ni Range Control Tower dan sagam naman distribute aminasyon. Mananagan o funazan na toto gi Oktubre 2024. Yuto mo na sunto gin ni KUM News ki Finutamoro para pagno Webes man marward loki contract militar i ARS Aliot Construction LLC gizatamuning man marward 50 milyon pesos para matsogi minor na toto construction sa goni minalago Anderson Air Force Base. Azo na kurintata sa para 7 anos na tempo. Para Guam News Network, Balsikin Conception. Yasuto ki Finutamoro sa presenta sa ninafato ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Guam was once home to over 12 native species of forest birds, each with their own unique sound, color, and role to play in our ecosystem. However, the arrival of the brown tree snake has threatened their existence. Today, only 3 of these species still exist in the wild. But what was once lost can be restored. Join the Department of Agriculture's efforts to restore our ecosystem. It is only through partnerships with various organizations and the community that we can give our native birds a future. Support snake suppression.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. All you have to do is listen to the link during the month of October, and when prompted, call 671-637-0094 with the answer to the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. Winner will receive a gift certificate from our participating pizza parlors and a 12-pack of Pepsi, brought to you locally by Pepsi.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
Breast cancer is the second leading cause of cancer death in women. The chances that a woman will die of breast cancer is about 1 in 38. Although there is no sure way to prevent breast cancer, there are certain things that you can do, such as eat healthier and exercise. For more information about breast cancer, go to the American Cancer Society's website at cancer.org. Also, on October 22nd, we invite you to think pink by wearing the color pink on that day in solidarity of our breast cancer survivors and warriors.
This pink message is brought to you in partnership with Ordot Dental Clinic, joining the fight against cancer in honor of brave warriors, survivors, and their families. Island Cancer Center and American Cancer Society.
Speaking of the sounds of Fiesta.
Yep, from Molesto, this is Sean Napati Wolfert. And stay tuned.
And you know what? We've actually been getting some submissions for people are actually now requesting that we play specific music on the show.
Yeah.
Our friend Maggie Monroe Anderson actually sent me a clip and she goes, "Can you ask Chris if he'd consider playing it?" It's a really cool local song.
Yeah, guys.
So I'm going to cue that for tomorrow. And then our friend Nestor Quintanilla, you know, of course, his daughter Jada Morian, she has a live performance. She actually gigged out and thing, and he sent me the clip.
Serious?
Yeah, so
Nice.
we're gonna set that up for tomorrow.
Good. Yeah, guys, if you have any music at all that you want to submit, well, send it in. You could slide into our DMs like it's home plate, or you can email me.
I don't think that's the way that phrase is supposed to be used.
Just send it to Chris at KUAM.com. That's CHRAS at KUAM.com, and we'll get it on here. We always support local music. In fact, it's all we play on this show. Good morning. Jay's got info here on what's going on public health-wise.
Yeah, okay, so I'm going to read off these infographics. Bree, I might need your help to kind of parse and unpack this, because we've been getting some comments, people inquiring, and then people wondering exactly where they can get the booster shot. So first graphic, Joseph's going to bring it up, is this one. Mayor Luis Rivera from Tatuha yesterday was telling us that Guam Rexall Drugs, in partnership with the Guam Pharmacists Association and her office, will be hosting now this is a vaccine clinic, right? They're administering dose 1 and dose 2, or what they're calling now dose 3. That is the booster, right?
Okay, now just for clarification,
Sure.
because this is all Moderna, and the booster shot is for Pfizer. Okay, so Moderna's not approved, but people can get a third shot if they're immunocompromised, and according to the mayor, you have to have a prescription for this particular clinic if you're going to get a third shot of Moderna.
And Nestor was kind of mentioning that in his story with Dr. Berg in the package, and he was saying, if we would allow people with existing health conditions or the elderly, our Monumcos, to go first, that would be
Right, and but again, with Dr. Berg, we're only talking about Pfizer for the booster shot.
okay. And if you want to avail of that, you can call the Tamuning Mayor's office, and it's going to be happening at the Tamuning Community Senior Center on Sunday, October 3rd from 8 in the morning until 12. It's a walk-in vaccine clinic and no appointments are necessary. Now, we got this next one with our friend Kiko the Carabao there in the upper left-hand corner. There's a lot of information here, so we want to unpack this. This also deals with the booster shot. As Bree was just mentioning, Pfizer has been approved as the booster. So people who have completed previous doses of Pfizer and are at least 6 months away from that. Now, here's the criteria, right? If you can't see this on the screen, the bullet points are: you have to be 65 years or over, or 18 years or older, and residents in long-term care settings, or 18 years or older with underlying medical conditions as defined by the CDC, or the last one, 18 years or older with an increased risk of getting COVID-19 due to occupational or institutional exposures, for example, frontline essential workers and healthcare workers. All right. I know that's a lot to unpack, but this is happening at the UOG Fieldhouse over in Mangilau. Walk-ins are being accepted, but you really should make an appointment. We've got the QR code there, so we'll leave it up for a few seconds so you can break out your phone, scan that. If you're on iOS, all you have to do is open your camera app and scan that. It will take you directly to the appointment page. Same thing for Android if you're on that platform. Or if you just want to hit the web URL directly, it's tinyurl.com/VaxGuam. That's tinyurl.com/VaxGuam. Also, this booster clinic, let's call it, is going to be held on October 1st and 2nd. So starting tomorrow from 11 in the morning until 5 p.m. So that's going to be Friday and Saturday, 11 to 5 over at the UOG Fieldhouse. I'll throw the links in comments so you guys can check it out. But again, two ways that you can get the booster. Once again, it's only Pfizer, and there you go. Okay, thank you, Joseph. Joseph brought it up side by side so you can see that. And I believe we're going to take a break. Or
yeah, let's just give the eligibility criteria first for the booster shot. And this is the Pfizer booster, right? That's the only one that's approved for the booster shot. So it's anyone aged 65 years and older, anyone aged 18 to 64 with underlying medical conditions, anyone 18 to 64 with an elevated risk of COVID-19 exposure and transmission due to their occupation, for example, healthcare workers, law enforcement, fire, K through 12 teachers and support staff, university faculty, daycare employees, food and agriculture workers, manufacturing workers, U.S. Postal Service workers, correction workers, public transit workers, grocery store employees. If you're eligible, make your booster shot appointment at tinyurl.com/VaxGuam. Walk-ins are accepted, but should be prepared for longer wait times.
Yeah, so best thing to do, use the QR code. I just put the link in comments if you guys just want to click on that, go straight to the page. Make an appointment. It is probably the safer and smarter thing to do if you really want to get that shot.
Right, and if you just want to get vaccinated, you can do so today. There's a vaccination clinic at the Micronesia Mall. It's from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. And then, of course, the free COVID-19 testing. It is today at the old Carnival Grounds in Teedson from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m.
Right on. And then, go get tested. Know your status is the Joint Information Center. Again, last night reporting 192 positive COVID cases out of just 1,368 tests.
13%, so it's gone back up.
Yeah.
The car scores.
And the car scores.
The car score is going down, though.
22.9.
Right.
Yeah.
Isn't that up from yesterday? Because it's
Like
22.9.
Like a 0.4,
yeah.
maybe.
Couple tenths of a point up.
It was 22 something yesterday.
Yeah.
So today it's
Who
still
cares,
20.
though, really? Who cares?
State of emergency would have expired today, but
Was
it's
extended.
Right, and we're still in PCOR 3.
Are we doing the PCOR
3.
still? We're doing the PCOR still.
Well, we haven't heard that we weren't.
Right, yeah. We haven't really heard anything. When's the last time the governor was out in public with the...
I don't know.
It was a while. Yeah, wow. Crazy. Also 66 hospitalized. We'll get Mehabib with GMH coming up for a hospital update this morning. But something that everybody's been talking about since around lunchtime yesterday was a little talk that happened.
Would you consider this a bombshell?
Yeah, no, we've been talking about
People have been kind of speculating.
about Congressman Mike Nicholas.
But it's now been confirmed, sorta.
Well, I think it's confirmed. Yeah, he basically said that he's seriously considering a run at Adelute, and he did this. It was a lunchtime speech, not speech. He was a featured speaker in front of the Chamber of Commerce, right, Bree?
Yes.
And so we actually do have a clip here, and we're going to kind of go in and talk about this because it's pretty interesting. I called Bree on my way into work, and I was just like, dude, it's going to be so exciting next year. I'm excited. Yeah, it's going to be exciting. This is going to be, if Congressman Nicholas runs against Governor Lou Leon Guerrero, guys, this is going to be, I mean, we always see these Democrat primary showdowns, but this one is going to be just crazy. But
This is Rocky 4, okay, you guys? Seriously, I mean, this is the
refresh my memory.
This is the wily, very experienced, tenured veteran. Rocky heavyweight champion of the world.
Wait, who's Rocky here?
That would be the incumbent. That would be Governor Leon
But
Guerrero.
she's only a two-term senator.
But she's got a lot of experience.
That's 4 years. Anyway, yeah, I get what you're saying, though. You're saying more like it's a big, going to be a big.
And remember this. The one thing that we keep bringing up is everybody thought when Mike Nicholas ran against then 8-term incumbent Madeline Bordallo,
Right.
it's like, oh, he's got no chance. Madeline's 8 terms. I mean, Madeline unseated former Governor Joe Atta handily when he ran against her. I remember, the margin of victory was was really, really surprising. And then Mike, if I may call him that, defeated Madeline, which everybody thought it's like, wow, because
Not everybody, Jay.
well, yeah.
I thought he was going to beat Madeline because they were just too complacent. They're too comfortable. And then you had, under Madeline, you had John Jr. Calvo and Amanda Shelton.
Mm-hmm.
But we all know Amanda Shelton ran for senator. So I think a lot of focus was taken off Congresswoman Bordallo's campaign and put on their campaign, or Senator Shelton's campaign. And then they really just underestimated Mike's support with the Republicans.
So you're saying, I mean, even though he did run a strong campaign, maybe not
Well, I'm
so
just
much
saying
maybe
nothing-
not so much as campaign savvy, but Madeline's camp got caught sleeping.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah, nothing's a sure shot. So we're gonna play this clip. There was, I think is she the president?
Kathy is, yeah.
Kathy, yeah, Catherine Castro, the president of the Guam Chamber of Commerce, had asked Congressman Nicholas a question during yesterday's talk before the Chamber of Commerce. So here's that.
It's a question I'm not sure I can ask because I could be violating a campaign, a federal campaign thing, but I'm going to ask it and you can just say you can answer it or not. But can the congressman confirm if he is going to run for governor of Guam or if he is considering to do so?
We are seriously considering it, Kathy. And I'm not saying this in my official capacity as a congressman. I'm answering a question from a constituent and a group of constituents, but we're not campaigning at this time. But it is a question relative to me being on a call with all of you. It's definitely consideration. We've provided significant resources over these last 2 years, and there's just a serious need for us to be able to plan and execute. We have an execution problem. For many years, for decades, Kathy, we've always been told there's a resource problem. Oh, we can't do it because no money. Oh, we can't do it because no funding. Oh, we can't lower taxes because there's no, we need the money for this or they're doing that. We took the money excuse off the table and we've revealed behind the curtain that we have a serious execution problem. And this isn't necessarily targeted at any one individual or one administration, but it's the reality that's in front of us. And so one of the tenets of my public service, whether it was in the local legislature or whether it's in the Congress or in any other capacity the people would give us, if that's what they want to, if that's where they want us to be, is that we're going to provide the solution. We're going to be the ones to deliver on the outcome, or we're going to communicate very plainly why we cannot. And that's something that I think we've demonstrated in these last couple of years, as difficult as it has been. The situation on Guam at this point is not a resource problem. It's an execution problem. It's a consistency problem. It's an inability for us to be able to plan ahead, and it's a crisis of confidence. It's a serious crisis of confidence because we don't know if 3 months from now or 30 days from now, we're going to close the schools or we're going to open them. Are we going to hit a vaccine milestone and be able to plan for the next fiscal year, or are we all of a sudden going to target the unvaccinated? Is the coin going to flip tomorrow and turn out to be heads, or is it going to turn out to be tails? And in between all of that, when we say, where are we going to spend $1? And we say, well, I don't know, because I might spend it here or I might spend it there. I mean, there's absolutely no sense of direction, and there's no sense of planning, and there's no confidence. And that's not an environment that anybody can thrive in, no matter how much resources you make available. So we're observing all of that. We're observing it very objectively. We're not approaching this in any way from a position of, winning or losing. It's about where the need is. And I'm hoping that these kind of conversations can communicate effectively to those who are coming up short, that this is what you need to stop doing and this is what you need to fix if you don't want to be having to deal with those kind of electoral realities in the next 9 months. Because quite frankly, it's that kind of an undertaking is not easy. And there's a million and one reasons why we probably would not do it. But when it comes to serving the people of Guam, we'll absolutely always do whatever it is that they need us to do. So I'm hoping that, if the current administration is listening, don't put us in that situation, and stop the uncertainty and get the resources out to the people, get that relief money out to the community, get the businesses the support that they need, get that GRT to come down, even if it's fractionally, but at least show good faith. We cannot be blind and deaf and tone deaf to the situation that everybody's dealing with. So yeah, we're definitely considering it, and we're hoping that things change between now and then.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your candor. We appreciate the time that you and your team.
Okay. That was so cool in the beginning because Kathy was like, I don't know if I'm violating any like campaign regulations or anything, but you could tell she's like, but this is gonna be great for YouTube views.
This is juicy. Well.
And they got a great soundbite.
I gotta say, I kind of called it on this show. I want to say it was a few months back with this ethics investigation. And we saw it with Congresswoman Berdalio when she lost the election because she had an ethics investigation going against her. When you leave the Congress, the thing just dies. But I don't even think people care about that with Congressman San Nicolas, or else it'd be more of an issue with more people. But
you know what's one thing, guys?
But Jay, hold on, because we'll just go through the timeline of this. But there was a release that had come out because they just couldn't help themselves. The Lou and Josh campaign issued a statement yesterday relative to this, and it wasn't even an announcement. They asked the congressman a question. And that prompted this release from the Lou and Josh campaign right here. Leon Guerrero Tenorio campaign committee chairman, former Senator Francis Santos, issues the following statement in response to media inquiries regarding the 2022 gubernatorial election. Quote, the only campaign Governor Leon Guerrero is focused on is containing COVID-19 and saving lives. There's a time for electoral politics. And this isn't it.
And I'm pretty sure they just
Emphasis added.
I'm pretty sure they just did like the phone drop, just like you did.
But I gotta say, I just gotta call this BS for what it is. Former Senator Francis Santos says there's a time for electoral politics, and this isn't it. I gotta beg to differ, because I got a friend in the Lou and Josh campaign that provided me with pictures of their meeting in the village level with all the village leaders, all the directors. Can we pop those up? I mean, if you're trying to get hold of a Go-Guam director, you need to check one of these village meetings. And these are all during the pandemic when the governor according to this statement, is focusing on saving lives. So it's a little bit of the pot calling the kettle black, because these guys are campaigning, and they're campaigning right now while people die. Yeah, that's what they're doing. So they are actually campaigning, and I just wanted to, for the clarity of it, because it is what it is. Yeah, of course they're going to campaign. They filed their re-election papers in the beginning of last year. I'm not defending the congressman, but if you filed your re-election thing the beginning of last year, and you're holding meetings with all your directors and your village leaders, then you're campaigning. That's the simple truth. That's all. I'm not saying, I mean, it's on you guys. Yeah, they're going to prep for their re-election. But when we got people out here who are getting sick and dying, and basically Adaloop's plan is just to let us all get COVID and croak, it just doesn't sit well with me when we don't even know what money is being spent. We don't get the governor on here, but they got time and energy to plan the re-election campaign. Bad look. Just a bad look. But this is going to be if this is true, Bree, Congressman St. Nicholas running, I mean, it's going to be pretty crazy. But like, who would he run with? I don't know.
Would he go with someone a lot older that's got a
Right.
lot of
More
gravitas,
Mm,
panache,
yeah.
you know, like cojones, if you know, depending how you want to look, or would he go with someone equally young who has the pulse of the millennial
So
generation?
they go with like a dynamic young team.
Yeah, you
right?
know,
Yeah.
thunder and lightning, the whole
Yeah.
approach and everything is. I mean, you could go either way.
I mean, but it is just so easy for the congressman right now to just pick apart Lou and Josh, because even like the simple things they can't get right, you know? I mean, the governor is sitting on $600 million, and Congressman St. Nicholas is just going to all day say, hey, I got that money, and she doesn't want you guys to have a single penny of it. And that criticism would ring true with a lot of people, because I don't get it. I don't understand why the governor's not telling us, hey, this is my plan to spend this money. I don't know why she's not doing things to help the displaced workers when the PUA ended. I don't know why she's not doing these programs that the congressman talks about, like premium pay for frontline workers, essential workers. Right? So he's in a position where he can kind of look down and just say, hey, we got this money from Congress and you're not doing anything with it. Let me run for governor and let me show you how to spend the money. So, yeah, it's going to be very interesting, because I feel like Governor Lou and Lieutenant Governor Josh, when he is around, and their communications and messaging team, they have dug themselves such a deep hole to get out of, that all the congressman has to do is just sit there and be critical of their efforts. And there's a lot to be critical about. There is.
Has there ever been a Guam politician that has served as our delegate to Congress and then come back and be governor? I don't believe so.
No.
Because Underwood tried a
Yeah.
few times but did not. Madeline did not. Antonio Wonpat did not.
Yeah. But there's one thing about Congressman St. Nicholas, he's not like the rest.
Yeah.
He's-
You know what? Okay. I wanted to bring this up, right? One thing that they have in the States, and especially in the media. Now, I know you're very, very critical of the metrics, right? Like, especially like the CAR score. What we don't have on Guam is, and what they have all the time in the States with political markets, and the media comes up with this, right, is approval rate.
Yeah.
We don't have that. Can you imagine what the approval rate would be right now for the current administration if they had that and that was tracked, you know, like on a day-to-day basis, reacting to moves, strategies, you know, good PR, bad PR, like what obviously it would not be sky high right now because,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
Guam's in the
yeah.
position it was in and people
Okay.
are always going to be critical, but can you, and I'm especially curious, and with this news coming out about Mike St. Nicholas considering a run for Adaloop, how that would affect a approval rate for Governor Leon Guerrero if there was such a thing.
I don't know. I think if there was an approval rating, her approval rating it'd be pretty low. But I was thinking about, so like, look at this hospital thing, right? So you got the governor, she wants to take $300 million. That's half of that $600 million, and put it towards this hospital that no one really knows anything about. Like, we don't know anything about this hospital project. But she wants to put this money away for something that is going to be built 5, 6, 7 years down the road. And so the congressman had come out and said, hey, use that money and give it to the people. And so now if the governor does that, then it looks like the congressman's right. And there's a comment. I was talking to my party the other night, and he's a Republican. But, we were talking about this. I was like, yeah, did you hear Congressman St. Nicholas is going to run? And he was like, oh, yeah, I'll vote for him. And I was like, well, why? And he goes, oh, because, look, he got us all this money. And I said, no, he didn't. That's default. It's part of the territories. And he was like, yeah, you're right. But you know what? Things are happening while he's in there. And I think that's it. It's a happy coincidence, right, of things are going to happen because we're a U.S. territory. By default, we get all this funding. And the congressman can sit there and take credit for it the same way the governor is taking credit. It's so funny to me because they're both taking credit for the same things. Like Adelup, they come on and say, oh, we gave, 1 point something for PUA. We gave this for the stimulus. That's all federal money. And so you got the governor taking credit for this federal money, and then you got the congressman taking credit for their federal money. So I don't know. I mean, maybe this is something that these two, Congressman Mike and Governor Lou can kind of go at it, and then here come the Republicans around the side while they're fighting. I don't know.
I should actually just make us an approval rating. I mean, it's basically just an algorithm. It's an algorithm. Those things kind of can be computed. I should just make one. We'll track that for the next 90 days. And then you can beat me up every day for it about how wrong I am.
Well, speaking of elections, the Guam Election Commission, they moved out of their office in Hagåtña, the GCIC building where they have been for years.
40 some years.
Yeah. So 45. Oh. So I believe today they're actually opening up in their new office in
Oka.
Tamuning.
Yeah. Wow. There you go.
And that's that big building. There's I believe there's a big pharmacy right next to it.
Like a circle building or something?
Yeah, there's a big rotunda on the inside and
a
everything.
rotunda.
Yeah, so there's
Oka building.
Yeah,
right,
the Oka building. Yeah.
But I did call over
a lot of space in there.
I did call over to the election commission yesterday just to kind of ask, hey, did anyone pick up any packets or did anyone file anything? And they said no. So I think like if Congressman St. Nicholas was going to run for governor, I wonder though if he was to do that and he resigns from Congress, would we have to have a special election? There's a lot of questions, but we got to move on because we're flipping our public health hats.
Now just final question: if he were to actually get elected as governor, he would be the youngest governor on Guam, right? That had ever been elected
in history. Yeah, I believe.
Because he's in his mid, if not late 30s.
Yeah, I think he would be.
And then again, he would also be the first person to serve as congressional delegate and then come back and be chief executive.
I think it's good though. I think that no matter, even if he doesn't run, I think that the governor Lou, she needs a fire lit under her because it's unacceptable, this pandemic response. And it's not just that. It's one thing if you're failing in the pandemic, but to also fail with everything else, it's great. I don't know. But now with the Congressman St. Nicholas in the picture, hopefully that'll motivate them to get their crap together. Like he said at the end of that soundbite, he said, he was like, don't make me do this if you're listening. So at 7:30, we're going to take a quick break, and we're coming back with Chima Bakwem from the Department of Public Health and Social Services next, right here on The Link. Good morning.
Pacific Matters is a half-hour news, culture, and lifestyle show focused on issues that impact Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, and the larger Pacific region. Join Tomas Nagloña every Monday to discuss politics, trends, and take a deep dive into the issues changing our island home, because what happens in the Pacific matters.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
Take in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Häagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. All you have to do is listen to the link during the month of October, and when prompted, call 671-637-0094 with the answer to the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. Winner will receive a gift certificate from our participating pizza parlors and a 12-pack of Pepsi, brought to you locally by Pepsi.
Breast cancer is the second leading cause of cancer death in women. The chances that a woman will die of breast cancer is about 1 in 38. Although there is no sure way to prevent breast cancer, there are certain things that you can do, such as eat healthier and exercise. For more information about breast cancer, go to the American Cancer Society's website at cancer.org. Also, on October 22nd, we invite you to think pink by wearing the color pink on that day in solidarity of our breast cancer survivors and warriors.
This pink message is brought to you in partnership with Ordot Dental Clinic, joining the fight against cancer in honor of brave warriors, survivors, and their families. Island Cancer Center and American Cancer Society.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line. The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
KUAM TV has been on the air for 65 years. 65 years of growing, changing, and adapting to the needs of our local community. 65 years of making you smile, laugh, and cheer, and being there for you in times of tears and heartbreak, and learning to heal together. We've kept you on the edge of your seats, been a trusted source for you to turn to, weathered many storms together, and celebrated life's big moments. And now at 65, we celebrate all the firsts we brought you over the years, and all the firsts that lie ahead as our world changes. KUAM TV, celebrating 65 years of firsts on Guam.
Mayo, from the place that I call home, but she's calling my name. Yeah, she's calling my name. Mayo, from her beautiful blue seas, but I'm playing the game, trying to get to this fame.
Hey, good morning. The 7:35. Welcome to the link, where none of us are running for office. No, we're not even running. You probably should be. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
You sure you're not running, though? I heard some rumors about you.
I have no comment.
No comment. Okay, well, no, I got no comment, too, then. And you know what? Jason got a big, fat no comment, too. Because I think at this point, people would take anybody who's not involved with any of this COVID stuff. I mean, how easy is that? I'm Chris Barnett, and I want to be your governor. I had nothing to do with any of this COVID. Viva! Oh, boy. Hey, Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITN Jack in the Box, proud to present this episode of The Link. Jason, are you running for office, bro?
I'm considering possibly making a decision about whether I should run or not.
So you're possibly...
Did I ever mention I've got issues with commitment?
Well, I think you got to have someone to commit to before you have issues of commitment. 7:37. Let's go into the KUAM News Zoom room, where I don't think he's running for anything either. Might want to run from this pandemic, but he's here. Chima Mbakwe, the acting Chief Public Health Officer for the Department of Public Health and Social Services. Good morning, Chima. Welcome back.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
We're all right. We're all right. We're still here.
Thankfully.
Yep. Are you running for office?
No.
Okay. Wait, you're no more acting. Are you the official now?
Yes.
Okay,
All
so
right.
let's start this.
Congratulations.
Let's start this all over, guys. And congratulations.
Well deserved.
Chima
No,
Mbakwe.
it's been since July. It's been since July. So
Oh, sorry.
Should have corrected us.
Yeah, you should have said something.
No, I just try to stay quiet.
Okay, so let me do this again. The official Chief Public Health Officer. And still! Chima Mbakwe. Good morning, Chima.
Good morning, Chris.
Let's go ahead and get right into it. Where do you want to start? I sent you the list of topics. Did you want to start? Let's go start with FEMA and HHS.
Okay, so good morning, Chris. We've been able to welcome the FEMA team that are on island to support the MAB treatment and vaccination sites. But this was after the visit from the FEMA Region 9 leadership that came to do an on-the-spot assessment of our situation, and then they met with public health leadership, met with the hospitals, visited the test sites and the vaccine sites, and made recommendations before they left. And after that, we actually, a week after that, we received the first set of FEMA team, the FEMA contractors that are on island to do vaccination and MAB treatment. So currently, we have 27 of them to support the MAB treatment and the vaccines. For the MAB sites, we have a physician that has clinical oversight of all the teams, and then 2 NPs. For the MAB site, we have 2 nurse practitioners, 2 RNs, 3 LPNs, and 3 paramedics. And then for vaccination, we have a team at UOG that has 1 RN, 10 EMTs, and 10 LPNs. And then there's also another team that will support the Micronesia Mall. We have 1 NP, 1 RN, and then 3 LPNs. And they will be here till the 19th of October. And also we can extend for another 30 days, if it's still needed, which I think we can ask for. So that is where we are with the HHS and the FEMA team. Yes.
Could we start with HHS? You mentioned they were here, the Region 9 person, and they were doing the assessment and kind of, I guess, shadowing you guys. What were the recommendations they made?
Saying the only difference in our plan and their plan was adding another layer to our plan and suggesting that we can also use the second tent at GMH as a sub-Q site, because already they have the infusion site. They were of the opinion that it will also be good, if we can utilize that if need be. But the general assessment was the plans were in place for them to send their team, and unlike other places they went to, Guam was pretty prepared, for them, because we've had everything set up for them to come in. So they came in, I think on Monday, and they've met with public health leadership, they've met with the incident management team, they've met with our nurses. The nursing command actually the nursing command had a meeting with them. They were also part of our planning session meeting on Tuesday for the week. And then they had their fit testing and orientation on Wednesday. And then I think on Tuesday, Then today they are going to work side by side with the public health team at Micronesia Mall and at UOG. So they are already set on the map site. So we're already set and we've hit the ground running. So by Saturday, they will be completely infused in our system and will be able to go on their own.
I meant we were talking about the FEMA team, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I meant the HHS team. You
The HHS
mentioned
team
that
was just the leadership. You know, they came to discuss with us.
Right. Did they provide any recommendations?
Like I said, they actually acknowledged our plans, right? So the only recommendation was adding another site at the hospital if need be. But already they approved of our plans, yes.
I see. So they were only here to review the plans for the monoclonal antibody treatments?
It was just, like we had a surge and we've been meeting with them, on Zoom, and they just came to see what is going on ground, to speak to different players in the field. So they met with the surgeon cell, they met with the hospitals, they met with public health.
Chima, how's the community response been to the monoclonal antibody treatment? I'm just wondering, because I know this is so crucial, right, to treat these positive cases early so they stay out of the hospital. But I'm just wondering, are you guys reaching the positives? Has it been packed from start to finish every day? Or do we need to do a better job of letting people know that this option exists?
No, I think the information is out there for people to use the treatment, right? And then also we have, people on ground, to give the treatment. We have the medication on ground, for people who want the treatment. So I think it's a choice for the individual. We have all the information out there. We are prepared to give out the treatment. We've been giving out the treatment. And remember, GMH has actually been doing this for a long time. So this is just not brand new. But what has happened is that we've scaled up our ability to give out the treatment to more people. That is what has happened. So we've actually used our local resources, the GONG and the public health nurses supporting the clinics, to the point where we have a team from FEMA, HHS on ground, to continue that treatment. And also the fact that we are getting supplies, to continue that treatment. So I think it's now for the individuals who are positive, to avail to this treatment that is available now. The locations are out there in public. Everybody knows where to go if you have COVID, and the clinics are also referring people. So it's a gradual process, and people will catch up. And then, but the good thing is that we have that available on the island now, unlike most places that don't have it.
So right now, the three places you can get the REGEN-COV treatments are at GMH. They set up another BlueMed tent so they can get the subcutaneous shot. GRMC and in Manila.
So GRMC has a tent already, and it was recommended that we can use that. But they already have the infusion center at GRMC. There's an infusion center. So like I said, the reason is looking at how we can scale up if there's a need to scale up. In planning, you always have that opportunity to scale up or scale down. So that was one of the places that we can have additional treatment sites if the need be. Yeah, but right now it's at GRMC, GMH, and the Manila Senior Center.
I know we've talked with Dr. Luis Cruz on the opening day over in Manila, and he mentioned that depending on the demand, there are considerations to possibly open other infusion sites. Currently, is that still the plan, or are we seeing a demand where it would necessitate opening up another site? Because I know that the Inalahan Mayor Tony
Chargaloff.
right, he had mentioned that he's kind of put in a request, like he'd like to have one down south.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, so we just have to watch the demand. I think the demand would provide that opportunity for us to scale up. But the good thing is that we have that capacity to do that now with the FEMA team on ground.
So what is the demand then?
The demand.
You're measuring? I mean, when you look at like how many people are showing up for the treatment, and you kind of look ahead, do you anticipate that the demand will increase and thus necessitate the opening of a new center?
So at this point, I think Dr. Cruz and Dr. Bob will be in the right position to answer the question of that way, because they are currently managing the sub-Q sites.
Right on. Okay. Let's get into the numbers then.
So what I think Dr. Ann was supposed to speak about the numbers today.
Yeah.
We're still seeing our numbers hovering around above the hundreds, still every day. And what it still shows is that we're still having new infections within the community. So I think with the increase in vaccination, because we're already at 70% of our total population, which is a good sign, and we're also seeing a decrease in the number of people who are symptomatic coming out to get tested, which shows a lot of people are notwithstanding that they are getting infected, they are not getting sick enough to go to the hospital, and this can be attributed to the vaccines, because while we still have cases in the hospitals, but we would have seen more if we were not vaccinating in high numbers. So I think the testing and the number of positives still shows that we're still having a transmission going on in the community.
Right, yeah, I saw Dr. Ann's report that she released yesterday, and one of the, I think it was the very first graphic, was that Guam will continue to remain in the current surge until the average daily cases fall less than 25 per day. It seems like we're kind of far off from 25.
Brilliant observation.
Yeah, looking at the numbers from that perspective, right, and looking at what is going on everywhere, there's still a pandemic. People are getting sick, but with the vaccines, we're seeing less people getting into the hospital, than would have been getting into the hospital if we didn't have the vaccines. So yes, right now we're still testing, and we're still getting, at least we're testing almost 1% of our community every day, which is almost unprecedented in most places, because we're averaging almost 1,500 tests every day. So we are actually doing testing enough to know what is going on in the community, and also looking at interventions that will help drive down new transmission. So I think there's a balance, and hopefully, we're going to get there. But it's all work in progress for everyone in the community to, help drive down the infection rate.
What did you say? I thought you said that you were considering interventions to drive down transmissions?
No, I said there are interventions to drive down transmission. Yeah.
What are they?
Washing your hands, wearing a mask, keeping your distance, getting vaccinated. It didn't change, It didn't change. So if we still do those things and get more vaccinations, and then, at least reduce hospitalization, let people who have other illnesses, be able to access the hospital for treatment, while the people who are infected will not be very sick, while we still, try to drive down transmission.
Right, and the report, again, by Dr. Ann, it did note that there has been a slight decrease in hospitalizations, and this is a report that spans from July 8th, from the beginning of the surge through September 26th. And so, again, as I mentioned, there's been a slight decrease in hospitalizations, but there has been an increase in
ICU.
Right. And I guess, Chima, that's where the MAB becomes extremely important.
Yes, and remember, when you don't feel well, the first thing you do is you go to urgent care or you go to the ER, right? So that is the first point of entry into the hospital. But what we're seeing is that people are, still going to the hospital. We're seeing people that are in the ICU, and if you're looking at the vaccination rates, you're seeing that we have an increase in number of ICU for people who are unvaccinated that are getting into the ICU.
Bree's crunching the numbers from Dr. Ann Pavlutsky's latest data drop here. She dropped about 12 pages of data, including with the first page here that says Guam will continue to remain in the current surge until the average daily cases fall to less than 25 per day.
Yeah, 25 cases per day. That's what she's talking about.
And we had 192 last night.
Yes.
So, Chima, like, give me an idea here. To get from 192 to 25, we're going to keep doing the same thing.
So this is us as individuals, making that decision to protect ourselves and the community. So that is the only way we can drive down that number. It's about personal responsibility for someone like me, wearing my mask, making sure that if I'm infected, I don't infect any other person, and or making sure that I wear my mask so that someone who's infected does not infect me. So if that simple practice would actually do a lot for us as a community, even when we are with friends, when we are with family members, that we just need to make sure that we consciously, watch what we're doing until the numbers come down, because these numbers are just reflective of what is going on in the community. It's not like it's a congregate setting where we can say, is in one place and a lot of people are infecting each other because it's a congregate setting. But this is, across the community. So that means, there are individuals who are not doing what they're asked to do, and there are also a lot of individuals doing what they're asked to do. Like, I can see both of you are wearing your mask in the same room, but I'm not wearing my mask because I'm the only one here. So that will show, the level of personal responsibility that is involved, in driving down the transmission.
It's sad though, Chima, because people hate on us for wearing our masks.
No, you guys are awesome, because I always take note of the fact that when I see you guys with your mask, I always know that there's someone else in the room. So with me too, anytime I'm wearing a mask in my office, that means there's someone in my office. So basically, you get that little chance to get some breathing space, when you're on your own, but, consistently know that when you're with people, you have to just protect yourself and protect them. Because right now, without a test, we don't know who is infected, So you need to be tested to know you are infected. So people might be healthy carriers and would infect others, because you're not feeling sick.
Yeah.
You decide not to wear your mask, But it's important that we continue to wear a mask.
But you can still gather in groups of 25 outdoors if you're fully vaccinated, 10 indoors if you're fully vaccinated, right? So you don't feel like we need to change any of that to get to 25?
So you're still wearing your mask, right? When you're not actively eating. So that is the key. You take it off, you eat, and then you put it back on. Remember, if you have flown within this period of COVID, the air hostesses, they have their eyes on you like a hawk. You put the food in your mouth, you cover your face, because even chewing, because they just don't want anybody to get infected. And I think that is the best way to do it. Limit that transmission, within that enclosed space.
Chima, can you provide clarification on this? Because apparently it's going around that there are 26 clusters of variants in agate that tested positive. Have you heard about this?
That was I think that was it was an outreach that was conducted by public health and the mayor, because the mayor actually invited public health to come and test some people in the community, and we had I think out of 26 there were 23 of them that were positive.
And that's a cluster? I mean, they all...
Yeah, but I think I think it's a family, or I can't really say if it's a family or like a group of families that live together. But it was on the invitation of the mayor that we actually reached out to them. And they didn't have access. They didn't have access to come out to get tested. So public health had to go to them, and that's what we are asking for. If you identify those areas that people don't have access to testing, if public health knows about it, public health will send out nurses to those places to test those people, because we want to make sure that everybody gets tested or immunized. Especially people who don't have access to care.
When was this, Chima?
It was, I think, two Saturdays ago.
Was there any other testing done relative to this cluster?
Testing as in
like
any other identified group of people. I can't give you that information now because I don't think yet. But we've had some testing in congregate settings. We tested, I think, Global Dome, 2 days ago, or I think on Sunday, yes. So we still do testing in congregate settings. We still do all those one-off settings. People that cannot access the testing sites, we go to them.
Right.
But across the island, I think we have almost 28 testing sites, between public health, the private clinics, and offices that can actually test. And also we've trained more people to be able to test. Like DOE has been trained. We're going to train the Catholic schools. The private schools are also asking to be trained. We're trying to increase everybody's capacity to test, because with the over-the-counter test, it's easier for you to make quick diagnostic, with the over-the-counter test, you're able to test individuals, who are symptomatic or who needs to be tested right on time, and that would help, detect cases quicker than, waiting to get sick and go to the hospital.
What were the results from the global dorm testing?
The results. Just give me a second.
Okay. Let me read a couple comments here while you're doing that. Please hire more contact tracers. I know a few people were tested positive and public health hasn't called them at all. Over a week already. And all they said is to quarantine at home and don't go anywhere. Matcha comments in here. I wish we can go back in time on the last week of July or first week of August. If more restrictions were placed for 2 weeks, probably by today, we would be at 25 positive cases, maybe even less. We had another comment here. They tested those people in Agate 2 Saturdays ago, and we only hear about it today. I don't remember reading this anywhere. Neither do we. But hey, miss a link, miss a lot.
Any other clusters?
But did you get the results for the global dorm?
Hold on. Yeah, there were just four people who tested positive.
Okay. Chima, can you hold for just a sec? We're going to go over the top of the hour. I think Bree has just a couple more questions. Okay. So, Breeze, we're at KUAM FM, Agotni, Guam. Let's fix ourselves. Joe, fix yourself, because we're going to go on TV, boy. Okay. Chima, fix yourself. We're going to go on TV.
Yeah, but I have a...
just super quick. It's going to be super quick. You got it.
5 minutes, guys.
Okay, got it. Yep. Good morning, Guam. Welcome to the Link, Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITD, and Jack in the Box on this Thursday morning, September 30th. We're currently in with the Chief Public Health Officer for DPHSS, Chima Mbakwim, Sabrina Salas-Metanani. Good morning.
Good morning. So, Chima, let's just pick it up. You mentioned the 4 that tested positive at the Global Dorms, that's the homeless shelter. Were they all part of the same family unit in a room, or are we talking about 4 different families? Your audio.
80 individuals, and only 4 of them were positive. So
I'm sorry,
there's
Chima.
nothing going
Chima,
on.
can you go back? I didn't hear you at the beginning. What did you say?
No, I said I don't have that information about the specifics of the case, but at least 80, I think 80 people were tested in that dorm, and it was only 4. So there's no ongoing transmission in the place.
Any other clusters other than what you just told us about what happened in Agate?
Right now, I don't have a cluster report to present. Yes, but if there's a cluster report, I would give you that information. But right now, I don't have a cluster report.
Is there a cluster report being worked on, or are you just there's no clusters to report?
So if there's a cluster report, they would have actually presented it to me. So I don't have anything in front of me.
But we didn't get a cluster report for the Agate thing, though.
You didn't have me on air, you know.
Oh.
You didn't ask.
Real quickly, GDOE, the test, not even GDOE, but all schools, right, have to turn in their testing plans by tomorrow. There was one thing that we spoke with John Fernandez, and he was talking about, or we asked him about consent. What happens if a parent doesn't give consent for random testing when they send their child to school? And he deferred basically that he'd have to get more guidance from public health. So if a parent says, no, you cannot test my child, are they going to be prohibited from attending school?
I don't think public health has that authority to stop people from going to school.
Okay.
I don't think we can do that. Yeah.
So
I think the consent issue should be more like a school thing with the parents, you know, to go through. If you don't give consent for your child to be tested, I think that should be between the school and the parent, because you're asking for consent, you know.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that was clear. And just one other question, sorry. Have we gotten any more results regarding variants?
No, I think I remember I mentioned that there's a dry ice shortage in Hawaii, so we can't be sending samples to Hawaii. So that's the holdup.
So how long has it been since we sent off samples?
Since the last time we reported.
So few months.
Yes.
Okay. Is that in any way hampering our ability to adequately respond to this surge?
No, the genome sequencing result just gives you, you know, like a better understanding of what is going on, but just not, right now we have a complete picture of what is going on because we are testing and we're seeing cases. Right. So the genome sequencing is actually a part of it, is part of surveillance, you know, to understand further, you know, what happened. Right. But it's not like the first thing you do.
Okay, now I got you. I'm just saying that people talking about that Mu variant and how it's so vaccine resistant, and we're seeing, you know, these breakthrough cases. So just wondering, but is there, I mean, are you tracking like when they're going to get dry ice in Hawaii so we can send samples?
Yeah, definitely we do. Yeah, because we also want to send samples to be tested. Yes.
Okay. Last question, Chima. 192 cases. I mean, God, 8 deaths over the weekend, 3 the other day, 1 last night. The fire's raging. What's your message to the people of Guam before we let you go?
I think, like Chris, like I said, it's personal responsibility this time around, right? So, like I said, you guys are okay. I'm okay because I'm alone in the room. But let us continue to, you know, make sure that we follow the public health recommendations about wearing our mask, you know, keeping our distance, washing our hands, you know, making it a personal responsibility to safeguard the community. Please save yourself and save the community. Wear your mask. That's my message. Thank you.
Thank you, Chima.
Thanks, Chima.
Have a good day, Chris.
Okay,
Thank you,
we'll see you. 8:06. Go ahead and get into the news now?
Sure.
Let's go into the news, shall we? It's Thursday, September 30th. Yes, Jason?
Okay, just sorry, just real quick.
Okay.
We were talking earlier because the question was brought up about would Mike St. Nicholas be like the youngest governor? Sean Gumatauta, our good friend, and he used to work for, of course, Governor Felix Camacho, jumped in as he always does and goes, Felix Camacho was actually 46 when he took office, the same age his father was, former Governor Carlos Camacho, when he took office. This is surprising. Former Governor Paul Calvo was 45. Joe Ada was 44 when they took office. Next year, Mike St. Nicholas will be 41. So
Okay.
good hustle from Sean.
Thank you. 807, again, Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITD, and Jack in the Box. Proud to present this look at the news brought to you by Pacific Points from the KUAM News team with the very latest. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Matanani.
Half a day, everybody. The Joint Information Center reporting Guam's 196 COVID-19 related fatality was pronounced dead on arrival at the Guam Memorial Hospital on September 28th. The patient was a 59-year-old man, unvaccinated with underlying health conditions. He was a known positive. 66 people are now hospitalized for COVID. 17 are receiving ICU level of care, 10 on ventilators. Out of the 66, 35 are unvaccinated. The vaccination status of 3 is unknown and 28 are vaccinated. Public Health reports 192 cases of COVID from 1,368 tests that were performed on the 28th. 76 cases were identified through contact tracing. To date, there have been a total of 14,897 officially reported cases, 196 deaths. 3,530 people are in isolation and 11,171 have recovered. The CAR score is 22.9. To date, a total of 119,227, that is 87.4% of Guam's eligible population, is fully vaccinated. With more news now, here is Nestor Lecanto.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nestor Lecanto with your headlines here on the link. A potential challenger to Governor Lou Leon Guerrero has emerged for next year's gubernatorial election. Congressman Michael St. Nicholas acknowledged during a speech before the Chamber of Commerce Wednesday that he's considering a run for Adelup. Here's more. Congressman St. Nicholas confirmed the possible run to unseat incumbent and fellow Democrat Governor Lou Leon Guerrero during a virtual speaking appearance at the Chamber's monthly meeting. During the post-speech Q&A, Chamber President Catherine Castro posed the question from a member.
Can the congressman confirm if he is going to run for governor of Guam or if he is considering to do so?
We are seriously considering it. For many years, for decades, Kathy, we've always been told there's a resource problem. Oh, we can't do it because no money. Oh, we can't do it because no funding. Oh, we can't lower taxes because there's no, we need the money for this or they're doing that. We took the money excuse off the table and we've revealed behind the curtain that we have a serious execution problem.
St. Nicholas is in his second term as Washington delegate, but has been dogged by multiple ethics investigations. Leon Guerrero is in her first term as Guam's first female governor, navigating through some controversial decisions during the unprecedented global pandemic. The two would square off in the Democratic primary, now less than a year away, in August 2022. Public Health is launching a Pfizer booster shot program on Friday, but began vaccinating frontline medical workers yesterday. Governor's Physicians Advisory Group Chairman Dr. Nathaniel Berg says the shots will be available to everyone, but they hope the community gives priority to senior citizens 65 years and older and high-risk patients.
The idea is that we work as a community rather than making strict, okay, now it's age 65, now it's age 55, as we had to do before. We want to just take this on as a community and say, everybody who's eligible, you'll get your third dose. We want you to, but can you please let them in UMCO go first? If you have relatives who have cancer, please take them.
The program allows for self-attestation of underlying health conditions, and the CDC has identified a list of high risks, including pregnancy and even smoking. The boosters are only for 2-dose Pfizer patients. Clinics are to be set up at the usual places at the mall and UOG.
We know that the 2 doses drastically reduce the number of people who got sick, but there are so-called breakthrough infections. They're generally very mild, but we want to increase the likelihood of them remaining mild, and for those who are particularly vulnerable, to maximize the impact of the vaccine effectiveness by giving that third dose.
But the third dose vaccines were only recently approved by the CDC and are also still under emergency use authorization. While some might be put off by that, Berg believes most won't.
We think that almost everybody who is eligible will come out, because we're asking that we do this as a community. The EUA component of it, everything that we're doing with COVID, we're having to react quickly, and that's not a bad thing. The EUA, emergency use authorization, that is because we're dealing with an emergency. And on Guam, maybe we have even a higher risk of having things go badly because we have limited healthcare resources.
The multi-week surge shows little signs of slowing, but Berg says it may be reaching a plateau.
No, I would say we're not doing as well as we'd like, but we're getting there. I think the fight on the part of the community is actually working to at least stabilize things.
Berg says there's no plans for additional mandates at this time, but there's been a greater focus on data collection and analysis, including, for example, biweekly testing of teachers and students at schools. New data has been released by Public Health on what they have been tracking with the current surge, and as you would expect, the numbers don't look good.
I think that the number coming down as the virus are burning out.
That was last week. Today,
our numbers seem to be, keep up in the triple digit.
former head of the governor's Physicians Advisory Group, Dr. Hoa Nguyen, no longer tracking Guam, is done with the Delta.
We're really different in the States for some reason. The Delta surge in the States seemed to die out about 5 to 6 weeks.
But 9 weeks into our third surge, and the latest data released from Public Health shows we've got a long road ahead. According to DPHSS's Office of Epidemiology and Research, Guam will continue to remain in the current surge until the average daily cases fall to less than 25 per day. Most of the cases we're seeing now are asymptomatic. The data also shows that while there were more breakthrough cases among fully vaccinated persons in July, this has fallen to about 30 to 40%. The majority of cases are now among the unvaccinated. While there has been a slight decrease in hospitalizations, there has been an increase in patients needing ICU level of care. The data also shows that from July 8th through September 27th, there were 50 COVID-19 related deaths. 50% were dead on arrival to one of Guam's hospitals. Only 6 out of 50 were fully vaccinated. All were elderly or had multiple comorbidities. The vast majority were male at 70%, 30% female. Although Dr. Nguyen believes more should be done, he says we need to continue with the basics of washing your hands, wearing your mask, and watching your distance.
I think we really have to do something else beside what we do at this point. It's clearly it's not working. And we not put any more restriction on the community, and we let the community run its own course. And I think education part is a big part of the prevention that we need to do.
Prevention, he says, would include providing more information about the importance of vaccinations, meeting with families who lost loved ones to understand why they were unvaccinated, and spread more awareness about the monoclonal antibody treatments to prevent hospitalizations. Instead of dividing the community, Dr. Nguyen says we should be fighting COVID together.
We can't assume people know everything that we know. So I hate to see people losing life like this, vaccinated or unvaccinated. They should be treated the same at this point. A life is a life.
That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for Prime Time. Back to you, Bree.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Senators passed Bill 184, authorizing the use of property at the Skinner Plaza in Hagåtña to erect the Gold Star Family Memorial Monument. The measure by Senator Joe S. San Agustin was introduced at the request of the Gold Star Family Memorial Planning Team and fully endorsed by the Military Order of the Purple Heart Guam chapter. If signed into law by the governor, the monument will be funded through generous sponsors and led by the Woody Williams Foundation. Woody Williams is a 98-year-old World War II survivor who stormed Guam's beaches in Asan during the liberation of Guam in 1944. Meanwhile, senators also moved to the voting file a bill to establish a new local war claims program to accommodate an estimated 700 claimants who missed out the first time around. According to the legislation, upon enactment, the administration will have up to 30 calendar days to transmit a plan for the payment of locally adjudicated claims. Bill 130 further authorizes the governor to transfer such funds as is necessary to pay what is rightfully owed to our war survivors. The administration established a similar program in January 2020 to expedite more than 1,000 payments for those who were still waiting on the Federal War Claims Commission. After many years, the World War II Loyalty Recognition Act authorized the payment of claims using Section 30 funds. These are reimbursements for federal taxes collected here that are paid to Guam every year. An amendment by Senator Tello Taitagui establishes a 5-member local adjudication committee to review the applications. A very busy week in Washington continues as Congress and the Biden administration negotiate over a looming government shutdown. The potential for defaulting on government loans and the president's legislative priorities, including an infrastructure bill and a much larger package focused on social safety programs. Skylar Henry has more details.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says they will vote on a resolution to avoid a partial government shutdown set to begin Friday.
We can approve this measure quickly and send it to the House so it can reach the president's desk before funding expires midnight tomorrow.
But there is still an October 18th deadline to raise the debt limit, which allows the government to pay its bills. Republicans say they oppose raising the debt limit because Democrats are working to pass a $3.5 trillion spending bill on their own using a Senate tool called reconciliation.
Democrats' reckless taxing and spending spree will earn it 0 votes from Senate Republicans.
President Biden canceled a planned trip to Chicago in order to continue negotiations with a pair of moderate Senate Democrats who have still not signed off on the spending bill.
We're at a pivotal moment, need to continue to work to finalize the path forward.
The president met with Senators Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema yesterday, and Sinema will be back at the White House today. The two oppose the $3.5 trillion price tag, but won't say what they can accept.
No, we haven't talked about figures at all. We should be talking about the need of our country.
Without the reconciliation bill, progressive Democrats in the House say they won't sign off on the president's $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill, which is scheduled for a vote Thursday.
If we come to a place where we have agreement in legislative language, not just principle, in legislative language that the president supports, then I think we will come together.
Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders added to the pressure, tweeting, "I strongly urge my House colleagues to vote against the bipartisan infrastructure bill until Congress passes a strong reconciliation bill." Skylar Henry, CBS News, the White House.
The U.S. Department of the Interior's Office of Insular Affairs awards $1.5 million in FY 2021 CIP grants to Guam. The CIP money, according to DOI, will be used to address a variety of infrastructure needs, including critical projects such as hospitals, schools, wastewater, and solid waste systems, but can also be leveraged as local matching funds for other federal grant programs related to disaster recovery. The CIP money will be going to the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center for architectural and engineering fees for the Talofofo cottage homes and for the renovation and construction of the New Beginnings drug and alcohol facility. DOI also announces Guam will be receiving over $1 million in Coral Reef and Natural Resources Initiative grant funds. Guam will be receiving funding for its Coral Reef Initiative. UOG will receive money for research and related efforts to counter the rhino beetle. More information is being released about a settlement between contractor Samsung and Marbo Cave owner World Meridian Sasagen. Attorney Mike Phillips said Samsung agreed to remediate and improve Marbo Cave, including providing better and safer access to the property. Phillips adds that Samsung has the expertise and resources, and the landowner has agreed to lease Samsung the land to do so. Samsung is a contractor hired by KEPCO to build a solar farm in Mangilao. It failed to implement required sediment and erosion control plans and was responsible for stormwater runoff damage to surrounding private properties. The AG has also filed suit against the company. That case is still pending. UOG's Guam Green Growth Initiative continues to push forward with its island sustainability goals. On Wednesday, G3 and its partners held a virtual meeting to discuss the latest plans to build a greener and more sustainable community. KUAM's Hannah Devonso has this report.
90% of food on Guam is imported, leaving the island dependent on supply chains. G3 is working to locally source its aquaculture and agriculture. Some efforts included the start of a community garden in Hagatna. Austin Shelton, co-chair of G3, has been working with its partners to inspire the community.
Garden in Hagatna across the post office, and now they're ready to start their.
It serves as a beacon of education and production to inspire local food security.
In further efforts, 5 aquaponics systems harvesting fish will soon be installed throughout the island.
Training has started with mayor's offices and community groups who will run the aquaponics systems. Soon, we'll be installing 5 of these units throughout the island in the coming months.
G3 is also working to create a more sustainable community through 23 recycling bins and 50 waste bins coming soon to the island. They are also encouraging the community to start bringing the reusable bags to stores before the new law comes into effect.
In accordance with Public Law 35-130 in January 2022, the full plastic bag ban will go into effect, and in July 2022, paper bags will also be phased out at local retailers. Thank you to Senator Regine Bisco-Lee, one of our working group members who authored this legislation.
This Friday, a weekly cleanup with the G3 Conservation Corps will take place in Molessu. They will meet at the Molessu Mayor's office at 8 a.m. If you'd like to get involved, visit the Guam's Green Growth website where you can register to volunteer. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Hannah Devonzo.
And with your news in Chamorro, here is Kin Conception.
Buenas tardes, tiget sunto gifinut sa morgin ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Extendí magahaga luliang rari public health emergency dan ideklara Paraguahan para 30 días talo. Segundo Zona Orden Executivo 2021-24, na Fatinas gi Martes, ay extendis tahulo gi 29 gi Oktubre. Inuibo na natin sa na mas klariloki na siya programan All Rise na apas sa tiparofan magarnish. However, loki man necesita para lisensya, permit ng gasto para ST, para adi siya profesional, di man asisti salud, di man respondo para public health emergency. Mas artikulo, dasang ginzamo malakapon sina umbok tiket mo para Tokyo gyud tumunesti na semana. Gobernamento na pon sa ma-report na sina agupa humahat sa palugi ito niya COVID-19 emergency na restrictions. Si Yoshihide Suga, Prime Minister, asangan na para manasuha palo na restriction given 47 na prefecture na pon siya. Lo sina ay salon dan sagan sumuto siya sa ating sigida sa nababa de nuevo. Gimapos na mes, may esperanza hapon ni 100 kilo na kausang COVID. Lo siya loki hulo inumuro man mabakukunagwihi. Mas asunto, yung black construction is a harmon sa maward balin 122.1 milyon pesos na contract militar para mahat sa machine gun range ki Northwest Phil gi Anderson Air Force Base. Sumanawi na sa sa inasa ni Range Control Tower dan sagam naman distribute aminasyon. Mananagano for nazanis nila sa gi Oktubre 2024. Yuto muna sunto gin ni KUM News ki Finot para pagno Webes man marward loki contract militar i ARS Aliot Construction LLC gizatamuning man marward 50 milyon pesos para matsogi minor na sa construction sa goni minalago Anderson Air Force Base. Azo na kontata sa para 7 anos na tempo. Para Guam News Network, Bosikin Conception. Yasunto ki Finot sa presenta sa ninafato ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Guam was once home to over 12 native species of forest birds, each with their own unique sound, color, and role to play in our ecosystem. However, the arrival of the brown tree snake has threatened their existence. Today, only 3 of these species still exist in the wild. But what was once lost can be restored. Join the Department of Agriculture's efforts to restore our ecosystem. It is only through partnerships with various organizations and the community that we can give our native birds a future. Support snake suppression.
Where do you go when the sun goes down? Nowhere to go when you're not around. She let the vibe ring all day long. But when it got dark, city girl was gone. Silly boy thought pretty girl wants some. Really felt this. City girl gone. City girl. Thought I learned my lesson every time I let my guard down far out. First impression, divine intervention. Thought you wanted love, who you wanted was a pastime, second-hand session. The time I'm stretching. Somehow you succeeded, relapsing my addiction to depression. Alas, regression. City girls live in an alternate dimension. All these drafts I'm sketching, the laughs I'm guessing. Past the present, bring me back to the future.
Hey, welcome back, 829. Good morning.
This is Jonah Hanum.
This is Jonah Hanum.
I've said it many times. I am a fan of this kid, and I want to go on record by saying I will bet my stimulus check that Jonah Hanum someday is going to be the first Chamorro to win a Grammy. This kid has it.
That video. What was the video for that last song?
Yeah. Oh, God, what's the name of it?
He's an artist,
really good,
you know.
What's the name of that song, Tomas?
You know it.
Good song, though. It's slipping my mind. It's great. Awesome video.
Every little step I take into Muni.
It's 8:30. Tomas Manglotnia from the KUAM News team joins us now with our daily question. Good morning, Tomas.
Good morning, everyone. So we asked yesterday, what countries would you like to see develop a travel bubble with Guam and the Sinamay? And so we asked that because, you know, as tourism continues to take a hit, we have a lot of people working in the tourism industry looking at new travel bubbles in Australia. You can expect that if you're in the Sinamay to have a travel bubble sometime mid next year. And so I wanted to share some of the responses with everyone today. From Instagram, someone wants to see a bubble developed with Japan. Another person says that they actually just don't want any more travel bubbles to be seen.
No more travel bubbles, okay?
And then also wanted to include this response about the United States because I also recall some states like California and others saying, can states develop their own travel bubbles? Obviously, you know, that's a much more complicated answer that we're not going to get to today. But someone commenting they'd like to see something done in the United States. Some people commenting in length on Facebook. This one commenter writing, all countries, get on with our lives. The virus is here to stay. It's the new influenza of our time. So basically saying, you know, keep travel as usual.
Yeah.
Another person commenting, nope, because as cases rise, we expand travel. It will rise way more. Someone writing they'd like to see a travel bubble with Vietnam, and someone also, again, commenting that they wouldn't like to see any at all. So those are some of the responses we got for the daily question, and today we have a new one coming up at 10 o'clock. That some people, I think, are going to want to weigh in on.
Oh, no way. What could people want to weigh in on, Tomas?
I don't know. There's so much.
Could they want to weigh in on maybe, let's say, a certain elected official representing the island of Guam?
I don't know, Chris, because which delegate are you talking about?
Yeah,
There's so many to choose from.
That's right.
Which delegate might run for governor?
So, guys, we know yesterday the Chamber of Commerce, Congressman St. Nicholas responded to a question, said yes, he's seriously considering a run for Adelup, and then he gave this, we're going to play it in a little bit, he gave this 3-minute soundbite where he just basically nailed Lou and Josh to the cross. I'm sorry, that's what it was. He was just saying there's a crisis of confidence. Hit the nail totally on the head. 1,000% facts. But over in the NMI, Delegate Khalili, there's talk he's going to run for governor?
Yes, he says that in usual times, normal times, that 12, 14 months before the election is not a good time to start talking about your campaign because he's focused on the work in Congress. We have heard, and he's posted on Facebook across many of his pages, that he's considering the run after an apparent, what seems to be more than a miscommunication happened between the potential run of the Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios, especially after he testified on Governor Torres's expenditures. And so no shortage of political regional news there either. And
is it kind of the same thing though, Tomas? With so Congressman St. Nicholas, obviously, if you listen to, and not just what he said yesterday, but what he's been saying, it's been pretty consistent about the resources, right? It's always been, we don't have the money. Well, now we do have the money. And he's basically saying, hey, show us the money. What are you doing with it, right? Is it the same motivation for Congressman Khalili?
Well, nothing written on paper or said on record, but I think you can't help but connect the dots in terms of these delegates securing these millions of hundreds of dollars and then wanting some sort of say in how that's administered. And even in the CNMI, we saw the legislature try to pass its own version of a bill that would give itself powers to spend that money in a way that they see fit as legislators, saying that they represent a wider population than the governor does. And so, because, they represent precincts. And Saipa and then Tinian and Rhoda and the Northern Islands all have their own representatives. So, yeah, we'll see. I mean, it is going to be interesting. It is a huge story, I think, to have not one, but 2 delegates in Congress try to come back and become governor of their jurisdictions. And I don't know if that's happened in the U.S.
I don't know what's the relationship between Khalili and Governor Torres.
It's I think it's safe to say it's purely professional.
It's professional, because I did see that they had a couple of photos.
That's such a nice way.
This guy's classy, huh?
Well, it is, and
they're very professional.
They meet. Especially when
that's the nice way of saying they don't like each other.
Yeah, but did they meet because Congressman St. Nicholas and our governor? That's like, whoo boy.
Also, the context, right, that this is happening for Khalili is Super Typhoon Sudalor, Typhoon Yutu, the pandemic, and then all of these expenditures. Right. And so in the case of Khalili, he's not only worked on things with the COVID federal relief, but things with FEMA and huge grants that go to those previous disasters. Yeah. And so we're really talking about big, big money here. Right?
Yeah. Wow. It's going to be fun. And now we got our regional perspective with Tomas Maglotnia, who, of course, does Pacific Matters. Great show. Where's that at, Jay?
YouTube, it's on our Facebook, and every Monday, right? 6:30.
Yeah, and hopefully every Friday here in the link, you'll get a sneak peek.
Of course.
Tomorrow we'll be sharing another huge clip, one of Guam's very own legendary icons, especially in the LGBTQ community, Vince Crisostomo. We were able to sit down with him, and then we unpack some really disturbing news when it comes to the 2020 census and what it means for us here in the Pacific. And we were just talking about federal funds, and a lot of those funds are determined by population and the census.
Yeah.
And so we reach out to one of the national advocates who actually recently sat down with Vice President Kamala Harris and President Joe Biden with the API caucus, and she's talked to us about that meeting with the president and vice president, and also some of the unfortunate outcomes of the census. So
Yeah, I
we can
know.
expect that.
Oh, yeah. What are we doing tomorrow, Bree?
We're just over here feeding Friday.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, no biggie.
Well, it's all part of the KUM network. So you
It
can,
sure is.
find
Yeah,
out,
you go do some work for a change. Okay.
No, you're doing great. Thank
Yeah,
you
you
so
are.
much,
You are,
Tomas.
Tomas. Yeah.
Okay.
Right on.
Thanks
Tomas
for coming.
Maglotnia.
Appreciate it.
Of course, man. So be on the lookout for the daily question. It's 8:37.
What time is that being posted?
10 o'clock.
10
10
o'clock.
o'clock. Okay, guys. And get ready for that. It's going to be juicy. Tomas, is that the professional term?
Relevant.
Relevant. Got it. Okay. 8:37. Quick break, and let's go to the hospital after this. May Habib with our hospital update. Next on the link. Good morning.
This Halloween, KUAM Digital
TV has been on the air for 65 years. 65 years of growing, changing, and adapting to the needs of our local community. 65 years of making you smile, laugh, and cheer, and being there for you in times of tears and heartbreak, and learning to heal together. We've kept you on the edge of your seats, been a trusted source for you to turn to, weathered many storms together, and celebrated life's big moments. And now at 65, we celebrate all the firsts we brought you over the years, and all the firsts that lie ahead as our world changes. KUAM TV, celebrating 65 years of firsts on Guam.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. All you have to do is listen to the link during the month of October, and when prompted, call 671-637-0094 with the answer to the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. Winner will receive a gift certificate from our participating pizza parlors and a 12-pack of Pepsi, brought to you locally by Pepsi.
Pacific Matters is a half-hour news, culture, and lifestyle show focused on issues that impact Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, and the larger Pacific region. Join Tomas Maglotnia every Monday to discuss politics, trends, and take a deep dive into the issues changing our island home, because what happens in the Pacific matters.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
Breast cancer is the second leading cause of cancer death in women. The chances that a woman will die of breast cancer is about 1 in 38. Although there is no sure way to prevent breast cancer, there are certain things that you can do, such as eat healthier and exercise. For more information about breast cancer, go to the American Cancer Society's website at cancer.org. Also, on October 22nd, we invite you to think pink by wearing the color pink on that day in solidarity of our breast cancer survivors and warriors.
This pink message is brought to you in partnership with Ordot Dental Clinic, joining the fight against cancer in honor of brave warriors, survivors, and their families. Island Cancer Center and American Cancer Society.
Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all-inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
Had a couple of cool comments here. Chamarita Rages, who recently celebrated her birthday. Love your headphones, Sabrina. It brings out the brighter side of the Link of hope.
They are very, very sparkly.
Right.
Are they bedazzled? I think they are.
Yeah, the rainbow theme, and it kind of looks like there's a little glitter going on. Yeah, and they are bedazzled on the side. Hey, coming up, Cover Me, brought to you by our friends at Burger King. It's on the way. We do have a bunch of comments here on the Facebook Live. Thank you for commenting and watching, and KUAM TV also. Good morning. Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITNE, and Jack in the Box proud to present this episode of The Link. It's 8:43. May Habib from the Guam Memorial Hospital joins us. Good morning, May.
Good morning, Chris.
I know there's a ton of stuff going on over there at GMH, which we're going to get to, but let's just start with our COVID census update this morning.
Sure thing, yeah. So our total overall census at GMH right now is 153 patients. We have 27 of those, which are COVID patients, 8 of whom are in the ICU. 6 of those in the ICU are on beds.
Has there been an increase in the number of people on ventilators?
You know, it's kind of averaged around like the 6 to 7 mark, so it's been around the same, yeah.
And then any new fatalities reported, May, since the JIC release last night?
Yeah, we did have one last night that came in late last night. We saw it this morning. It was somebody that was admitted. It was not a dead on arrival, so you will likely see that in the upcoming Joint Information Center release, which is course, where all official information will be.
Do you know any other details?
Yes, what I can tell you is it was a 76-year-old male who was admitted in the hospital. Yeah.
Vaccination status?
He was vaccinated.
Underlying conditions?
Yes, underlying conditions. I don't have it listed here, but I know that there were underlying conditions as well.
Okay. Was he admitted to, are you able to say if he was admitted to the hospital for COVID, or was he there for something else?
I believe that he was admitted for COVID. He was admitted September 16th, so about 2 weeks ago now.
Was this patient on a ventilator?
No, I don't know if my data would say that, actually. I can tell you he was in the ICU. Yes, he was on a ventilator as well.
What else can you tell us about, like, maybe traffic through the ER? I know we've had you on. You've talked about kids cycling through the emergency room. What's been going on with the emergency room at GMH this week?
You know, we're still just as busy, Chris. You know, the difference between really the last waves and this wave is that, you know, we shut down a lot of the hospital last year. The hospital was shut down for a lot of things, so it was really focused on just COVID. Whereas this year we've had so many patients for just other things besides COVID, right? So when you have that coupled with COVID and all things, right, there's still, the community is still completely functioning. So there's still car crashes, there's still accidents, there's still things that are coming through our ER that of course aren't necessarily COVID. So add that onto the increase in COVID census and the increase in community numbers, of course it's a lot. And that's why you'll know in August we shut down our outpatient services, and then just recently we decided to also shut down elective surgeries so that we can redirect those staff. We really tried to hold off as long as possible because we did not want to go back to that backlog of elective surgeries, and we wanted to continue and maintain, the great healthcare service that we provide for the community. But it really did get to a point where the COVID census was just so high. There were not enough discharges. There were way more admissions than there are discharges. The good news is we're kind of shifting to we're discharging, but we're still admitting. So when you see the COVID census go down, that's not just people leaving. That's people leaving, but we're still admitting people as well. But it's slightly positive in that we are seeing it trend downwards, which ultimately means, basic math, the discharges are more than the admissions, even though we still have admissions. But we were at a point, remember when I messaged you and I was like, we're at 49 COVIDs alone.
Yeah.
And another big difference this time is that we're not the only ones dealing with COVID. GRMC, who of course we work with very closely, they're dealing with COVID as well, and they have COVID patients also, whereas before they kind of shift almost everybody to us. So it's definitely been a different way of managing this surge, but it's still been a lot, and we are happy to see it trend downwards. And what's even more exciting, Chris, and part of the reason why it's so busy here this morning, is the DoD nurses that have arrived.
Yeah. And I wanted to make, before we get into the DoD nurses, because we've had a story with Dr. Berg, and he was talking about how a lot of the cases aren't that serious. But it kind of seems like when we talk to you guys, I mean, we're doing everything that we had to do last time, which is bring in these DoD nurses, put up a tent in the parking lot, right? Reestablish all the different COVID wards. So when I talk to you at the hospital, I get the impression that you guys are like pretty slammed. But when these doctors are out here talking about the status of the pandemic, they make it sound like most of the people are asymptomatic. So I'm just kind of like trying to figure out what is the real story at GMH. I mean, only one can be true. You guys are slammed, you're tired, staff infections going crazy. It just seems like we're getting two different stories.
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak for Dr. Berg, and to be honest, I didn't hear the interview either, so I can't really comment necessarily. But what I can say is maybe they're referencing the general community status, that generally we're seeing more asymptomatic. Again, I didn't hear what he said, nor can I really speak for him. What I can speak to is what's happening at GMH. And what I can tell you is the thing is, we get the people who are admitted, right? So that is like the sickest of the sick. So of course, when you talk to me, you're hearing that people are very sick and that we're slammed. It's because we're the hospital, we're not just doing the community testing. We're not just, going to people's homes and monitoring to make sure that they're okay. When people are admitted at GMH, they are sick. They need to be monitored. It's not just a matter of you are COVID positive. We're not an isolation facility. It would be different if we just held people, you're positive, you can sit in a room and we'll bring you 3 meals a day. If you're here and you're admitted, you are very sick. So of course my commentary is for people that are really sick. And that's why it was really concerning when we were up in the 40s. We'd been hovering around the 39, 40, 41 mark for some time. And then we just spiked up to 45 and then up to 49. And that's when it's really concerning. But we have seen that trend before, right? Where it goes and it gets to this extreme breaking point and then it comes back down, as we've seen with every wave. So like I said, we're happy that it's trending downwards. It doesn't mean that there aren't admissions anymore. It just means that our discharges are greater than our admissions. But certainly my commentary is alarming because the situation was at GMH was critical, for us to shut down elective surgeries because we need staff. Like I always say, our staff is part of this community too. So we do have staff infections that affects our staffing here. And when our staff is not at full capacity, then that impacts the exhaustion of the rest of the staff. So yes, the GMH staff is tired.
May, you mentioned GRMC, and when I, just looking at the JIC releases, we kind of have to just do math on our own, right? And based on what you guys have there, but you said you communicate closely with them. And unfortunately, we haven't been able to get anyone from GRMC on the show, so we don't really know what the situation is there. But just based on your conversations with them, is it kind of the same thing that's happening at GMH?
I can't comment on their behalf. I can only really speak to what's happening at GMH, and that's all. I can't really comment on their behalf.
That was worth a shot.
Yeah, I respect the journalistic trying to sneak in there, though. I do.
So you said you talked to him, so what to say?
No, Daniel's actually been working with GRMC trying to get some interviews, but they are swamped, just like GMH is. So and that's why we haven't really heard from them yet.
Yeah. Can you give us an update on the DoD nurses now?
Yes, gladly. So in all, DoD did commit 15 nurses to us, which is really exciting. 12 of them are here already. They're actually doing their orientation today. So right after I'm done with this interview, I'm heading over to their orientation. It's an all-day orientation, of course, to, the sort of basic paperwork, GMH, getting used to our, the EHR that we use, all of that. So they'll be doing that today. And I believe they're first scheduled to be on tomorrow and then into the weekend and next week, which is a really huge relief. Our GMH staff has been working nonstop, just generally, even before the COVID surge, our census really went up when the hospital reopened, reestablished outpatient services, reestablished elective surgeries. We saw an influx of people, and we generally saw an influx in the patient census because so many people had held off on getting care, and for various reasons, right? And we've talked about this before, whether they lost health insurance, so they weren't going to see their primary care provider, and then they'd show up in our ER very, very sick. But generally, our COVID or our patient census has been high since like May, June, July, and then we've seen this uptick in COVID, which has really pushed us and pushed the staff. And the staff really does deserve a lot of applause for how much they've been doing and stretching and flexing themselves and coming in for overtime and staying late just to make it all work. But I know that these DoD nurses are a much welcomed relief. It'll augment our care. It'll help us, give somebody a day off for a change, or really have them take their day off, which is huge. We're really excited.
Update on the other thing you were talking about. So we got the DoD nurses, and then there's also a training you said going on.
The booster
vaccine clinic. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're really happy to report that overall our staff vaccination rate at GMH is over 96%. So not over 96% of our staff is vaccinated. We only have a 50 or so that are left out of like a contingent of 1,300 that aren't vaccinated. Much like the community with the boosters for the eligible Pfizer-only vaccinated staff, because we are frontline health workers and we do qualify for the CDC and FDA, sort of the new guidelines. We are rolling out the booster clinic here in-house. It'll be Monday to Friday from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. It's for all the GMH staff who qualify, and we're also supporting GPD and GFD as well. So Guam Fire and Guam Police, we're supporting them. So if they're in the service, and again, they've been double vaccinated with Pfizer more than 6 months ago, they're also eligible to come and take part in our booster clinic.
Can you give us an update on the status of the morgue and also the reefer container?
Yeah, the reefer container, we're still trying to figure out. There were there's been some back and forth as to sourcing the materials, but it's moving in the right direction. I know that the quotes are out there to source the materials and have it be here. We don't have an exact timeline though of when it will be here, but it's still definitely something we're working towards.
We had Chima on. He was mentioning something about a tent possibly going up at GMH.
Another one? More than the Blue Med tent?
Yeah, maybe for infusion.
Maybe for infusion?
Yeah, the infusion for the MAB infusions.
Unless there's a plan for like a totally different infusion clinic, I can tell you that the Blue Med tent that we have here is where we've been doing our sort of mini infusion clinic, and that's where we're doing our ER patient infusions and then, staff as they needed. But it's a very small scale operation. Really, the main operation is the Gung, for the community anyways, is the Gung Manilau center. They took over the senior center there, I believe. So that's the main operation. But we have been, of course, doing our own little mini infusion clinic for admitted patients or ER patients that need it for sure.
Anything new with the SNF?
Nothing. Hang on, I was just in a conversation. Nothing really big. I can tell you that we are moving ahead with trying to make it that alternate care facility. And we are speaking with FEMA because I think I mentioned this to you guys before. There was like a little bit of a confusion and question around what would happen with the FEMA funding if the public health emergency is declared over, because really it's specific funding to make it an alternate care facility for COVID specifically, not just generally, not just for any pandemic. But we're working with our FEMA partners closely. They're actually here. Some of the team is, or at least one or two members are here, working very closely. They've been so supportive, and I know they want us to move forward. So we've kind of gotten the green light to move forward with design and planning. So one way or another, we're going to make it an alternate care facility. The plan is to do that.
All right. Well, thanks a lot.
Yeah.
May.
Is there any word on so you guys canceled the elective surgeries. Is there any discussion about when they would be reinstituted again, or is it kind of just wait and see?
It's a wait and see. Yeah, we'd have to bring our COVID census way down and maintain it, hopefully, and see community spread as well come down, and then discuss from there.
Thank you, Meg.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll see you later.
Bye.
Stay safe.
8:56. Let's take a break, and we're coming back with more of the show next. Good morning.
Breast cancer is the second leading cause of cancer death in women. The chances that a woman will die of breast cancer is about 1 in 38. Although there is no sure way to prevent breast cancer, there are certain things that you can do, such as eat healthier and exercise. For more information about breast cancer, go to the American Cancer Society's website at cancer.org. Also, on October 22nd, we invite you to think pink by wearing the color pink on that day in solidarity of our breast cancer survivors and warriors.
This pink message is brought to you in partnership with Ordot Dental Clinic, joining the fight against cancer in honor of brave warriors, survivors, and their families. Island Cancer Center and American Cancer Society.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. All you have to do is listen to the link during the month of October, and when prompted, call 671-637-0094 with the answer to the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. Winner will receive a gift certificate from our participating pizza parlors and a 12-pack of Pepsi, brought to you locally by Pepsi.
The Culture Club returns to KOAM Digital and KOAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KOAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
This one dedicated to all the Islanders and everybody that loves us. This is from me to you and you to me. One love, one big family. Check it out. Let's do this. Tropical sunshine.
Hey, Bree, how's my fried rice? I just want to know.
Chris made breakfast this morning. Link
Terrible.
Terrible.
Terrible. Terrible.
Yep.
Is there anything you cannot cook that
There's
is
a
amazing?
lot. Yeah. Anything that doesn't taste good, I don't cook it.
And you said there's quite a lot of butter in this fried rice. Right?
You know, there's butter.
Do you use garlic? A
Yeah.
lot?
Yeah. There's onions. Yeah.
Mm.
I use garlic powder.
No, the senator's asking you about your fried rice.
Oh, sorry, Senator. Yes. Good
One more
morning.
time?
No, the secret is butter.
Yeah.
I've learned that. I used to have a competition with my other half trying to make who's the best fried rice. Come to find out, his was always number one.
Yeah.
And I found out he was sticking butter in there.
Yeah. So what I do is I put a little bit of olive oil, and then I put a pat of butter in there, and I saute the onions in it, and then you throw it on the rice. Yeah, and that's it. And then you put more butter.
Butter.
And then you put more butter, and then you put butter on the eggs, and then you do the eggs, and you get, yeah, Bree. But don't worry, because I could put a lot of butter because I use Canadian bacon, and that's like healthy, right? Is that healthy?
Yeah, bacon's healthy.
Bacon's healthy, yeah, there you go. Bacon is what we call pandemic healthy. 904 Senator Tello Taitagui joins us. Good morning, Senator, and happy belated birthday to your dad.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for the shout out. He's so appreciated. 92 years old. I tell you, his secret to life, and he always shares it with everybody, is that you don't worry. You just feel it and then let it go. Don't worry. That's his secret.
That's the secret. That explains a lot. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, Senator, you're about to go into session 9:30. I believe that discussion is centering around this. Is it $1 billion healthcare center of excellence?
Yes, it's about 1.067 something. Yeah.
Billion. Now I want to make sure this isn't a typo. B with a B. B like Barnett. Billion.
Billion, absolutely. It's no kidding. In fact, it's let me give you the correct number because I attended a lot of the task force meetings.
That's right.
It's 1,067,300,000 to be exact. But after the governor uses her ARP funding, which has still not been approved, and we asked that question yesterday, has it yet to be approved if she can use that money for the hospital? So you take that, subtract 300,000, you're left with
300 million.
Yeah, 300 million, and then 767,300,000 is left to fund However, this bill that we're addressing right now is only funding $600 million. So where's the $167,300,000 going to come from? That's not even been addressed. And not only that, you know, the Army Corps of Engineers said that this is going to take a couple years. So we can also anticipate, you know, inflation rates for construction. So this amount will go even further. But we're still in discussion. Yesterday, we finished up on the war claims bill. As you know, that went through. In fact, there were two bills introduced.
Yeah.
One that I proffered, Bill 128-9, and then Bill 130 got on the session agenda. Well, you know, when you're in power.
Was that Senator? Because I was a little confused. You and Senator Moylan both came out with the war claims bills.
Senator, Tina Barnes came out. So I came up with a war claims bill that I've been working on for months to actually put something together that talks about the commission, you know, to make sure that this doesn't become political in nature at all, you know, holding hostage.
Oh, too late.
Payments out, right? And well, put it this way, not another RISE Act issue in this scenario.
A Ruse Act?
Yeah, the RAISE Act, yeah. So I created this legislation that would, you know, create a commission as well as, you know, the funding source and discuss the rules and regulations, etc. But 3 hours later, after my bill was introduced, she introduced her bill. And her bill just said, give it to the governor, let her pay it out. And she could use Section 30 money. So it's just, so with that being said, there was no way I was going to let this bill that was very, you know, had no framework involved. And I knew that the other side had the votes. So the best thing to do at this point was to try and do as much as I can to fix this bill and put in mechanisms in there that brings fairness, you know, across the board. Putting a panel together, a commission together from the mayor's office, decolonization, the speaker's office, one from the public, and then of course the governor's office. So that being said, that amendment, actually when I tried to proffer it, it was objected by Senator Rigel, and the vote came in and it was 9 votes, so it passed, thank goodness. So at least I feel comfortable now with this bill coming up for vote, to vote yes on it, you know, to move forward on it.
Well, good save.
Good, well, I hope so. Good save to the other 8 people who voted on this. Yeah. Good save. So yeah. So I was real happy about that getting through. It was a great birthday present for my dad too, because, you know, he always wanted me to make sure to help those who missed the deadline, you know, that they should be entitled to. I mean, everyone forgets. I even made a comment on session floor that, you know, even 40-year-olds forget where they parked their car at Kmart, you know, to try and remember, you know, to make a deadline. It's difficult, especially when you're not techie savvy, and, you know, the Manumcos don't constantly look at their phones like everybody else does. So it was a great birthday present for my dad. And I was able to tell him, it got through, Dad, you know, we're going to have this war claims, and hopefully, but, you know, it's going to take some time, by the way. Yeah. I just, the funding source is Section 30. Unfortunately, this bill should have been heard and on the session floor way before the budget, because then we would have been able to set aside the money from Section 30. To set aside from Section 30 money, to, you know, pay for this. But unfortunately, the Section 30 money that came in September of this year has already been appropriated, the full amount. So it will take the next term around, or until the governor finds the money somewhere else. I don't know if I don't think she can use ARP funding, but she needs to find the money. But other than that, we go back into session like at 9:30, and we will continue to discuss this hospital. It's been mentioned that it would probably be, if anything, be priority, because the other departments like public health and behavioral wellness put a price tag each of $100 million on top of that. So if you eliminate that and focus solely on the hospital, We're still short somehow. But one of the biggest concerns is, where is the funding? Why are we introducing a bill now? It's like the cart before the horse. And it's ironic because, I mentioned that at the beginning of the questioning. And then later on, I hear Mel from Gita saying the same thing, cart before the horse on something else. Well, if you think about it, this whole bill is the cart before the horse. The funding, according to Daphne Shimzu of the EITC reimbursement, she anticipates this not coming in until maybe April or June. So it's kind of ironic we're addressing this right now. And that's what I got.
All right. Well, I wanted to ask about something.
Oh, by the way, I wanted to mention something because I know you brought it up to Senator Brown. She mentioned it to me. The question was asked about the war claims, going back to the war claims. If my bill was so great on Bill 129, why didn't you motion it on the session floor? And I said, well, because it didn't meet the 5-day notification. It needs to meet that, if we're going to expect all these department and agencies to follow the rules that a law that we created, that we all voted for in favor of unanimously to pass, requiring a 5-day notice with the agenda on it, and then we don't do that same kind of practice. And I don't care who it is. I've always told the people of Guam, please, don't turn a blind eye. Say something. I understand some people don't want to get involved. That's fine. That's a prerogative. But if you have this opportunity, think about it. Think about it. If you're very unhappy with what's going on, very unhappy, then you need to come out and speak on it, because there are other people who are right there beside you who feel the same way. So don't be afraid.
Senator, I wanted to ask about the news yesterday that came out of the Chamber of Commerce. They had a big luncheon. Boy, you're getting excited, huh?
Surprise, surprise, surprise. Woohoo! This really threw a wrench in that big windmill, Stop. What's that song? What's that song that stop? Everybody made to deep. It's a great song. Yeah, it's a great pause. Great news. I think I have to tell you though, watching two governors being in their administration, Governor Camacho, I was a director of Women's Bureau, and then Governor Calvo, and I tell you, it's a thankless job. I have to tell you, it's a very thankless job. Anybody who wants this job, my hat's off to them. And if Congressman San Nicolas wants to run and thinks he can do a better job, then I say go for it. Looking forward to what he has to offer. Let's see. And if the governor wants to continue to run for re-election, my hat's off to her. We're keeping an eye on, and the people are going to make that final decision when it comes time. But in the meantime, from this time until November next year, let's see what you got.
Yeah. What did you make of the congressman's comment? He did this whole 3-minute thing, and he was like, "Oh, there's a crisis of confidence."
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So.
Well, I think he's reiterating what the people of Guam are saying. All the comments that even come on your show. If you just go through every link show and see the comments, you'll see that people are very unhappy, and these people who usually don't say anything are coming out and saying things. Like I said, most people don't want to get involved, but now they're getting involved because they're not happy with what's going on today. The business community especially, they're not getting help. And we read that a group of people in the tourist industry is asking for some funding. I mean, the ARP money was used to help these businesses stay alive so they can prepare and get ready for when, I don't know, well, hopefully this wave stops, or to adjust to the new norm. And it's going to be a gradual, phase getting back into what we consider norm. even the Chamber of Commerce or this group, this task force group that have gotten together to discuss about 75 million being distributed to those in the tourism industry. They don't anticipate tourism to even start getting ready until April of 2022. So that's many months ahead, and that's also lost revenue for this government. That's why it's so important, I think, that we start, saving some of the revenue that we're collecting in the government of Guam, but utilizing the ARP funding to help individuals who lost their job, businesses to stay alive, especially in an industry that we've been so used to. But number one, I think that's important, is to provide funding for those who want to readjust their career from maybe tourism to something else in IT, in healthcare, in other areas that aren't reliant on tourism. If this ARP money can go a long way, help train our community, to retrain them in a different direction than tourism. Look more into technology and investments into the government of Guam that will entice new businesses to the island. Environmentally friendly, by the way, first and foremost.
Senator,
But yeah.
do you know the criticism that the congressman levied on when he was real coy? He was like, I'm not talking about anybody in particular, but let me tell you, I'm talking about Lou.
That was funny. I tell you, the guy has a gift for gab. He's always had that gift of gab. And I think that's what has pushed him to his popularity. Because if you look at his record in the legislature and you pull that up, his record in the legislature, what he's done, what difference has he really made to the community, you'll find it's quite different. But if you look at his gift of gab, wow, And some people in this legislature is trying to take that and try to fly with maybe not the gift of gab, but pumping out every type of legislation you can think of without even, creating good legislation just for the sake of pumping it out because I put out a bill or attending a function just to show face, but not sincerely wanting to be there. There's a lot of that going on, and that needs to stop.
I wonder who you're talking about.
Kind of like how Mike Nicholas referring to somebody, right?
No, but I'm saying with the criticism that he levied on the governor, right? I mean, I felt it was totally justified. But do you think that it's going to change anything, any behavior of hers moving forward? I mean, I'm talking things about like calling the senators, asking for a plan, getting your plan, never coming out with a plan. Just some of the difficulties that we've seen during this administration, especially in terms of like working together. Do you think that the governor is going to see what Congressman Nicholas has said and see that maybe it's resonating with a lot of people and then maybe kind of change her tune a little bit?
Well, what was ironic is at the very beginning, now I didn't see the video on it. I read it, and how he came out with saying, first and foremost, I'm not campaigning. I'm not. This is not because I say I'm going to run. That was ironic to say that first, and then go off on, this is the reason why I'm running. So I just think, my hat's off to anyone, like I said, who wants to take on that position. It's a very difficult, thankless job. And I just hope that if Congressman Nicholas wants to pursue this, that, he's sincere in every aspect of the word. And, I'm looking forward to hearing what he has to offer that's any different from what we're having right now. And I think that's not going to be difficult to show.
Yeah, it's pretty easy, actually. What about you guys, the Republicans? What's going on with you guys?
I have no idea.
Come on.
No, as far as who's going to run.
Yeah, just between us girls.
Left and right, that who's going to run from Frank. Oh, they had me running for lieutenant governor. Oh my goodness. I would not be a very good lieutenant governor, I don't think, if a governor, expects, it's very difficult to be a lieutenant governor. In other words, you have to basically not say anything. And dress
Are you talking
appropriately.
about the Josh Tenorio approach to lieutenant governor?
I have to tell you, I do like Josh, and he is one lieutenant governor that is trying his very best to be out in the forefront. At the very beginning of this COVID, he was the one coming on your show.
Yeah.
And even apologized, which is unfortunate. I hope he continues that. But he even came on to apologize for this administration's, shortfalls. And he was not afraid to do that, So I was very pleased. That's probably the kind of lieutenant governor I would be.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Not turning a blind eye,
Yeah.
not turning a blind eye, and
I think you'd be the kind of lieutenant governor we go to and be like, hey, what's your governor? What do you think of that? What thing your governor's doing?
and I would tell the truth, and that's probably why I would not be a good lieutenant governor.
Yeah, because we actually had a comment. Someone commented, can Tello confirm if she maybe run for governor? And the answer is no.
Oh, no. I don't think I would be able to even make it. I think I could do better where I'm at right now as a senator, because I have no fear, whether it's a Republican, Democrat, Independent, to be able to speak out about something. If I see someone doing something wrong, I will say something. And that, of course, pushes a lot of people's buttons, because especially if I'm, talking about that individual. And they will come up with all kinds of things. Oh my gosh, she stole a purse. She makes money from her company Telephoto. What else did they have me doing? Yeah, all these other things. What was that great one that what's his name, Ray Tapashin said? She asked a question about how I was suing the board, and I think that's unethical. Oh my goodness, you're working for the government. You're on the taxpayer's dime here. You are responsible to say everything and whatever you do, public and transparent to the people of Guam. You answer to them. They're our boss. They are our boss. So.
Well, Senator, your bosses don't want you to be late for session, so I better let you go.
Right.
Yeah. Thanks for jumping on.
Please. Yeah, and please keep an eye on what's happening with this, because like you said, it's a $1 billion project. It's money that we don't have in the bank right now, or not going to have until April. And the Army Corps of Engineers have said it's going to take them 2 years to even come up with a plan. Most especially is the property that they want to use it on. What about the original landowners on that particular property?
Good point.
That's a question that needs to be asked, because it's under DOD right now. And if they're going to give it to the government, why don't they give it back to the original landowners? And the government of Guam can compensate them fairly. That needs to be addressed too. So everyone, create a great day, make it happen. You are the only one can make your day great. Okay, bye you guys.
Thank you,
Bye.
Senator. Right on.
Love that. That's always a great closing line.
Yeah.
Love that.
9:24. Let's take a break, and we're coming back with Jason Solis.
And we are talking to the Be Heartfelt organization. They were starting a shoe drive a couple weeks ago. We first brought them on, and we're going to talk to Lori and find out what's going on with that and how you can contribute and improve the lives of needy kids.
All right, that's all coming up right here on The Link. Good morning.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
Breast cancer is the second leading cause of cancer death in women. The chances that a woman will die of breast cancer is about 1 in 38. Although there is no sure way to prevent breast cancer, there are certain things that you can do, such as eat healthier and exercise. For more information about breast cancer, go to the American Cancer Society's website at cancer.org. Also, on October 22nd, we invite you to think pink by wearing the color pink on that day in solidarity of our breast cancer survivors and warriors.
This pink message is brought to you in partnership with Ordot Dental Clinic, joining the fight against cancer in honor of brave warriors, survivors, and their families. Island Cancer Center and American Cancer Society.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KYM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With MoneyMap, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be with MoneyMap from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
And I don't mean to grab you down, but sometimes I wonder just how things happen this way. And I'm just
Welcome back to The Link, everybody. Jason Salas here, and we have a fantastic interview and update, as it actually is. We're being joined right now by Lori Marsh Marble, and Senator Kelly Marsh Taitano is off. There she is. I saw your knee, but there she is, waving in the background, video bombing as always. But Lori, truly, as the CEO and founder of the Be Heartfelt organization, you joined the program. We're gracious with your time, telling us about a project that you were doing to collect footwear for needy kids in our island community and everything. So we're glad to have you back. And I guess the first question I'd like to ask is probably the most obvious is, where are we with the collection effort, and how many pair of shoes were you able to get through just donations of love from the people here?
So people really came out. I'm so excited to say that our home here is full of boxes. Literally full of boxes.
Wait, that's all the shoes in the background? I thought you were moving or something. That's all the shoes.
A whole row of shoes.
Wow.
So we have over 700 shoes that were donated. And, you know, when I talked about how large the need is in the schools for children who are experiencing homelessness, I was excited about this because this is going to be literally a game changer. Like, this is going to allow a lot of children to be able to feel comfortable, confident, and go to school and have one less thing that they maybe feels is a stigma or separates them from other kids.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we talked about that, and you were saying there is the physical component, obviously, of having footwear that allows you to be safe and healthy, but then also, and maybe even more important, the psychological aspect of, you know, like, I'm a part of this school community. And like you said, I mean, you know, kids sometimes they can either be, you know, deliberately rough on each other, or, you know, inadvertently they can just say, oh, you know, your pair of shoes isn't like mine, ha ha ha, and, you know, the kid winds up being, you know, understandably, you know, embarrassed because of that. But because of the way our community, and no surprise there that Guamanians throughout the island would come out and donate these shoes to help the little ones and everything like that. I mean, that's amazing.
It is amazing.
Even for someone like you who grew up here and everything, how does that make you feel to see such an incredible turnout?
It warms my heart, but I think I'm kind of like you. I know that the people here have a heart for serving and caring for another. And to me, it's really about awareness. You know, offering information, giving them a way to be able to participate, is really my goal, and they matched it. So, I mean, it's amazing, but it's also, I can't wait to see. We're going to do this annually, what next year will even bring. Because I've even had a few of the smaller islands reach out and say, like, hey, is this something that could bless us? And I'm thinking next year, if we got 700 to 800 this year, yes, we can really make an impact.
The growth chart would be like this, onward and upward, hockey stick, you know, going right up.
Yes, no, I'm really excited. I had more messages and people wanting to drop off. I'm going to need to add new and more drop-off spots next year, because I think as people get word of it, maybe we do it a little sooner before school starts. You know, all the things I'm learning, I think that we can really have people show up in a major way and make a huge change.
Okay, and I remember last time, you know, you were respectfully and humbly asking for these donations, but there also were some parameters, and they said, you know, they have to be closed-toe shoes. Prefer maybe like cross trainers or, you know, gym shoes and everything, just because they're a little bit more, you know, flexible as far as the environment in which they can use them, and, you know, how they can be worn and everything. But what were the ranges of sizes, of appropriate ages for the kids? Because kids is such a wide spectrum and everything like that. But what kind of shoes were you given?
So I've gotten all different types of shoes, and you're right. You know, one of the reasons why we needed a large range is because every child has a unique size, and you don't want to not have their size. And so you need to have a lot of offerings.
If I may, Lori, sorry, don't mean to interject, but can I ask your lovely sister if she would maybe grab one of those boxes and maybe show us a sample of some of the shoes? I mean, she is a lifelong public servant, so I'm sure she's doing the Vanna White thing right now. Da 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 da. So I'm sorry, Lori.
Really, no, and we even had a few businesses that partnered and bought new shoes. We even had a couple of like employee organizations that said, we want to do a drive within our office. So it was all different facets that we received the shoes. And like you were saying, sizes, even some of the smaller ones.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful shoes, and they range. I've been scrubbing some of them because sometimes it's just a little bit of dirt from running outside, but they're a beautiful pair. Actually, shoes last longer, I think, than maybe I even thought. And so it's a great way to get that pair of shoes that doesn't fit that child anymore on a new child.
Yeah, the range that Senator Kelly's got there. I mean, this is a very diverse collection of footwear, I would say there, Lori. I mean, you're seeing those look like a pair of pumps, I thought, and then we had some nice cross trainers and some basketball shoes.
Yeah, and what we said is, you know what? Maybe that means that they get a pair of flats and they get a pair of tennis shoes. Give them a second option. I mean, that's the goal, is to really help these children as much as possible. And then, like I was saying, I got some baby shoes, and they're like brand new. They're so cute. And so I decided that I messaged Harvest House and said, hey, with the baby shoes, I bet Harvest House, working with children in foster care, those baby shoes would be.
Oh, look at those! What, we had a pair of Airwalks, it looks like, and some Crocs.
Yes, those I think are Doc Martens.
Doc Martens. Excuse me, Doc Martens, lovely. Wow.
So yeah, and that's my goal, is partnering with different nonprofits already here. In the donations, I received a couple of bags of clothes, and they were clean, beautiful, really nice. Right now, the outreach team at the schools can't accept clothes, and so those I'm passing on to Catholic Social Services. I mean, to me, this is the win, is that we're each helping each other take care of the children in these different ways.
And the timing couldn't be more perfect, Lori, because, of course, like our public school kids back in classrooms starting on Monday, and even though they're doing cohorts, some kids today are in, day 2 and everything like that. So as far as getting these out to the various distribution sites and everything like that, what's your strategy about delivering these goods so they can get, I was going to say in the hands, but literally on the feet of kids that need them?
Yeah, so in the past, when I came in, had about 100 shoes, we would go out to the families. And I thought that, that might be a possibility, is going out to some of the families. We'll see how the next week turns out. We always have to follow the protocols. But if not, each one of the social workers and their outreach teams already know about these shoe donations. They're really excited, and it will go to a central spot, and they'll be able to pull from the 700 shoes for their resources for the kids at their schools. And so, unfortunately, it might be a little bit more work on their side this time, because I try and take that off their shoulders, but they're just so excited to have new shoes and these gently used shoes that I don't think they mind that they're going to have some of the kids come in and try a pair on here or there. They told me they would take pictures, or I'll get to stop in maybe. So, I just say anytime we have some type of a change, we just pivot.
Exactly.
It doesn't mean we're not going to do it. We're just going to pivot.
And if I can once again, Senator Kelly, I'd like to bring you into frame, if I may. And I know one thing, when you were sitting as a member of the legislature, is you touted and preached, Inafamaulik so much, and the the inherent responsibility of our people to take care of each other as neighbors and everything. When you see this kind of act of generosity, and again, like for those of us that live here, we can say it's so heartwarming to see this, and it's so wonderful to see yet another testament of just generosity. And at the same time, we're not at all surprised and everything like that. What does that make you feel as a civic leader and as a member of this community to see this kind of outpouring?
Well, of course, it makes me proud that our community steps up, because not every community and not every group does. But part of what I'm doing, like I'm getting ready to teach an anthropology class at the University of Guam later on today. And the chapter that we're looking at today is about human diversity, race, and racism. And so the other part that I always touted was looking at the root causes. And so we can do wonderful things like this. We need to step up. We need to continue helping each other. But we also need to figure out what those root causes are that are causing so much assault, abuse, domestic violence, and homelessness, because our high rates are something that need to be fixed. Lori and I have both talked about being homeless when we grew up, and just different situations like that, as you mentioned, do have those psychological tolls. And so the children especially, they're victims in all of this. I mean, the parents, of course, as well, and anybody else that's part of the family. But we have to continue to show that love and support and compassion by figuring out those root causes and lifting each other all up. So this part is great, and then I hope and want to still work towards lifting the other parts up as well, so that we're hopefully addressing it and solving it.
And ladies, thank you so much again for sharing your backstory and sharing the very rough times that you unfortunately had to go through as young ladies here on the island. But obviously this has motivated you and propelled you to give back in the community, and it's everybody's sincere hope that the recipients of these shoes would realize that this is not a handout, it's a hand up, and that they in their lives as they mature as well, is they would give back, as previous generations did as well. So Lori, is that a message that you feel will be implicitly marshaled onto these recipients, or do you plan to talk to some of the groups, or interact directly with the social workers?
Yes, I actually do, and I have in the past. That's part of the reason why the outreach team and I typically go out to the families, because I can share my story. It may not be their story, but what it shows is that you can be an active part of changing the trajectory of your choices. And I tell them, I didn't always make great choices. Those were things that I needed to figure out, but I also needed to talk. I needed to talk to a trusted person at my school, a counselor, a social worker. So that's what I encourage them to do. I also remind them to stay in school. School at times was great, other times it wasn't. And I didn't have that mentorship of someone saying, school is going to be, education is going to be a way to change so that they understand this is not they're who they are, their circumstance, that they are loved, valuable, and they were created for a purpose, which is my mission statement. That's what I try and mean, even when I speak at the schools. It's a lot of times a very similar group of kids. Sorry about that.
No problem at all.
But yes, when at one of the middle schools, they have a great program there. It's called the STAR program, and they have about 40 kids in this program. And we're looking at different ways to do more of that outreach because I believe giving them shoes to go to school, that's one step. My next program, that I'm just often starting is feeding children who are hungry on the weekend. And that's another step, because I feel like you need to meet some of those basic needs, because that builds trust, that builds, this understanding that school is a safe place. And there are people who are looking out for them and people who want the best for them.
Absolutely.
And so I feel like they all go hand in hand. Just like when I used to serve at a homeless shelter in Kansas City, 300-400 people in the day shelter, you need to first meet their hunger need before you can have a conversation, because that's the priority of where they're at. And, I really want to make a difference in this child's life so that if they're not hungry on the weekend, now they can come to school, they can pay attention, they feel like others are looking after them, that they are cared for. And so, there's no judgment in the family dynamics or where they're at. Those are adults and their choices, but it's the child. The child is where my heart really is at, because they don't have a say when they're young in some of the choices that are made.
And I
Just
can
like
say with
my-
full confidence that I can pretty much guarantee that is going to be a message and a life lesson that will not be lost on each and every one, not just of the recipients themselves, but on their families, and then indirectly the people who are involved with this. Let me ask you, the fact that you're working on this project together as sisters, what does that mean for the two of you? Not from the standpoint of like, look what we did, this is really, really cool, but you've got that background that you both talked about. You've had struggles in your lives, but you've also got that unbreakable bond at being siblings and everything like that. To be able to conceptualize an idea like this and be able to reach out and touch the lives of young children together and everything, what does that mean to the both of you?
Well, to me, it means the world, because I always say that my sister always has my back. That was something that I knew as a child, even though there were 5 years between us. And there were a lot of things we didn't share with each other. That's how deep secrets run in dysfunction in the families. And, so that's one of those things, as you get older, you feel like you can start sharing and talking about it. But she always had my back. And I think that there's a lot of deep love and protection for one another. And we have different gifts. That's why when I say each child's created with a purpose, I'm amazed at what my sister's accomplished in life. And she's gone such a different route than I did. But I think we both say that we equally feel as though we have done amazing things with the gifts instead of being brought down by them. So resilience. We talk about this. I said, man, we're both really resilient people. I'm like, I don't know where that came from, but I'm so thankful that we both are resilient. And I think that we tag each other. At least I know I do. On a tough day, I'm like, oh my goodness, this is hard. And she's just like, I love you. Now get back up and get going.
Yep. Exactly the kind of thing that an older sibling should say. So speaking from an older sister's perspective, Kelly, your thoughts?
Yeah, and I would add persistence, that we both have the trait of persistence as well. Resistance and also persistence. And I'm sure there's some sort of like catchy saying we could come up with about that, since they rhyme so well. But like my sister was saying, it's appreciating the care and compassion that we have in each other towards helping out our community and making a difference, using it as a lesson that that causes us to want to make a difference. And so we have had such different lives. She's been in Kansas City and elsewhere in the U.S. because that's where her husband works and where life has taken her. But she has done years and years of volunteer work in Kansas City with inner city youth, with people of all walks and and so forth with immigrants. She's gone to Peru, she's gone to the Philippines, she's gone to Palau. And so I'm really proud of that and appreciate the skills that she's developed along the way. And as she said, you know, I'm here to support all of that in any way that I can so that we're leveraging it for our community to bring us all up as well.
Absolutely. And probably the best summation of that sentiment is we got a comment right now from Facebook. Mary Jane Villagomez very appreciatively says, pay it forward. And that's absolutely what it's all about. Find your own gift, whatever you're good at in this world, and find a way to give back to our community. So yeah, and real quick, Lori, because I got to go to commercial break, but people can find you on your website, find about because this is one project of many that you've undertaken at Be Heartfelt, but it's beheartfelt.com, correct?
It is.
All right.
And the Snack Pack program is just up and starting, and that's really important to me.
And you need volunteers.
And I need lots of volunteers and snack donations.
Well, we are definitely going to make sure that your volunteer kitty is full, because you have kept all of our hearts full. Thank you for sharing that story, and thank you Guam. 700 pairs of shoes. 700 or 800.
Yeah. I'm still counting.
That is a good problem to have. Well,
ones.
Okay, well, thank you everybody. Thank you community. Thank you Kelly.
Right on.
Thank you Lori. It's an amazing story, and we're so happy just to have been a bullhorn for helping get out the word about this. But come back anytime. We'd love to catch up with you on some of the amazing work you continue to do.
Yes.
You've already got a spot. You've certainly earned it. So thank you very much, ladies.
Yeah, we're doing Giving Tuesday. We're doing Giving Tuesday.
Oh,
if you guys want to jump on, just shoot Jason a message if you want to get involved with that.
Yes. Yeah. Every December.
It's actually November.
Or is it November? Yeah. Every November there's a day of giving called Giving Tuesday, and we would absolutely be delighted to incorporate you guys with what we do here.
Thank you.
Yeah, we look
I
forward to that.
appreciate your efforts.
Let me know if you find a left Zori. I'm missing one.
I think I have a couple.
Okay,
There
thanks.
you go.
I'll come by and Cinderella it.
All
There
right,
you go.
thank
Be
you
heartfelt.
guys.
Right
Take
on.
care.
We got to take a break. We're going to come back and close it out with Cover Me, brought to you by our friends at Burger King. And I got a little secret for you guys. Something's back at Burger King, and I'm going to tell you all about it next.
Oh.
Good morning.
We have the world at
The
our fingertips.
KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. All you have to do is listen to the link during the month of October, and when prompted, call 671-637-0094 with the answer to the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. Winner will receive a gift certificate from our participating pizza parlors and a 12-pack of Pepsi, brought to you locally by Pepsi.
Breast cancer is the second leading cause of cancer death in women. The chances that a woman will die of breast cancer is about 1 in 38. Although there is no sure way to prevent breast cancer, there are certain things that you can do, such as eat healthier and exercise. For more information about breast cancer, go to the American Cancer Society's website at cancer.org. Also, on October 22nd, we invite you to think pink by wearing the color pink on that day in solidarity of our breast cancer survivors and warriors.
This pink message is brought to you in partnership with Ordot Dental Clinic, joining the fight against cancer in honor of brave warriors, survivors, and their families. Island Cancer Center and American Cancer Society.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink,
brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape,
airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentation, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
It's brought to you by Docomo Pacific and our gangs over at Burger King, where I told you there's something back. Chicken Fries Friday. Huh? You guys have the chicken fries at Burger King? They're like French fries, but it's like chicken. It's like chicken tenders in French fry form. It's brilliant. Whoever thought of that deserves the Nobel Peace Prize. Yeah, so it's back. Chicken Fries Friday. They don't do it on Thursday. They do it on Friday. You order a chicken fries and you say, I love BK Chicken Fries. And they're going to give you another chicken fries just like that. Let me give you guys a little hack. Try eating your chicken fries with rice. Boom.
Ketchup must be involved.
Ketchup, yeah.
Ketchup needs to be involved.
With a little Tabasco, maybe?
Ketchup on the rice, though. That
on the rice. Wow,
yeah. I grew up in Dedido.
Oh, you did. It shows. Ketchup on the rice. The
Ketchup.
rice is sacred, Jay. The only thing that touched that rice is Finadeni.
Sorry,
Right.
you want Finadeni or ketchup?
Even Joe Sir wants the even he wants Finadeni. I thought he was going to say banana ketchup.
What the dark or the clear? I'm digging up gray for myself at this point.
What kind of Finadeni you like though? The clear?
I like the clear.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
Good to change it up. A little apple cider vinegar, maybe.
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's got that kick.
Hear that?
I find that the lighter Finadeni goes really, really good with pork chops. You get like a good pork chop. Oh man, that's good.
Yep, that's because if you use apple cider vinegar, apples and pork is a good combination.
Yes.
Just like chicken fries and rice at Burger King. It's
And
back.
ketchup, if you wish.
They have ketchup there.
Yeah.
Hey guys, it's 10 o'clock. Good job today, Jay.
Thank you, man. Good stuff today.
Yeah, right.
Check out all of it, please. Share your favorite interview on YouTube. Joe
Are you
and I are
gonna-
going to run back there and cut it up right now.
Are you going to put up our whole open about the fiestas when we're reminiscing?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Absolutely.
Check that guys out. Today was just one of those mornings where we came in and we said, you know what? Let's take a good 30-some minutes to talk about anything but COVID.
And honestly, that was the only design decision we made with that. We're like, okay, let's do something. We didn't know about it.
Yeah.
And then
So-
I just happened to quote like Lionel Richie, and we're like, yeah, let's talk about Fiesta.
Right. Okay, so let's do Cover Me again this morning. Guys, be safe. Link fam, we out. Está. Adios.
Happy Thursday.
Neriak mufaju Sa taja ochu moskini hagu Para hofa di una tendicia y cuentos Y corazón Nation.